Thank you, sorry. Next time I'm gonna give you the nod. Welcome to the regular city council meeting of the city of San Juan Bautista. It is Tuesday, March 21st, 2023 at 6 p.m. Calling the meeting to order. Councilmember Jackie Morris Lopez, will you please start us off in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you very much. One quick announcement. Councilmember Friels has notified the city of his need to participate remotely this evening via the city's two-way audiovisual platform for just cause under the provision of the Brown Act, California Code Section 54953F2A1. Due to a contagious illness that prevents his attendance in person, in accordance with the Brown Act, no further action is required by the city council. And I now ask Councilmember Friels to disclose whether any other individuals 18 years or older are present in the room, and if any are present, his relation with those individuals.
Nobody in the room. Do you need the
Thank you.
household or just the room?
Just the room.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much. Deputy City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please? Councilmember Friels,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Sure.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
here.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Here.
Mayor Jordan.
Here. We have switched up our agenda a wee bit, so now is the time for city council announcements. This is the opportunity for council and staff to share the community calendar and announce any upcoming dates of interest to the public. Councilmember Friels.
Thank you. I'd like to first start by thanking everybody who was involved with the storm work this last week. I'm sure the mayor will go over the list of the list of all the players, or maybe not. I'd like to thank our public works guys, our city manager, Don Reynolds. He was out there in the mud the whole time. I really appreciate that. Mayor Jordan, she was also out there in the mud the whole time. I appreciate that. Also appreciate our friends at Granite and one local who lives in the San Juan Canyon, Adam Jones, who came down from the mouth of the canyon with his own tractor and helped out. And I'd also like to recognize Armando, our public works, one of our public works guys. He went above and beyond. I got a phone call and a text message that they saw Armando give an older lady a piggyback ride across the street so she didn't have to walk through the mud. I already talked to Armando about this, so he's not thrown under the bus. So and I appreciate it. I told him how much we appreciated that. Okay. VFW flea market this weekend, Saturday, 25th. VFW is working on fixing a sewer issue, so they could really use your support. And lastly, Kathleen Manning's services are tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. at the Mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. I'd like to echo what Scott said for all the people that helped out, particularly Public Works and the mayor herself. We all worked hard out there. And I'd like to remind everyone that this weekend is the Art and Wine Festival, or what Arts and Crafts Festival, whichever one. I like the wine better.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia. Thank you. Also coming up on the calendar, and my apologies to Adam. Adam was amazing. I didn't realize that he was a volunteer and taking folks back and forth through the mud on his tractor. And I forgot to mention him in the last meeting. So Adam, I apologize for leaving you out, and thank you so much for all the help over the past weekend. Reiterating March 25th and 26th, San Juan Bautista Arts and Crafts Festival. Jason Williams, promoter, is back to open up San Juan Bautista for our summer event. Welcome back, Jason, and Sally and the whole gang. April 12th through the 18th is the Poppy Jasper International Film Festival. On Sunday, April 16th, there will be showings at the Mission Farm Barn. And Monday, April 17th, also at the barn, is Mexico Day. Last year, what an amazing event. Pepe Serna was highlighted. Really, really amazing, the group of people that were there. And thanks to Kurt for opening up the place. It was amazing. Looking forward to it this year. Tuesday, April 18th at the District Theater in Gilroy is LGBTQ Day. So lots of, there are some local artists showing their films that day. I think that's all I have. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This afternoon, we distributed flyers to those living on the Alameda between San Juan Hollister and 156 and Lang Street that with the help of the Industrial Integrated Waste Management and Ecology, we're able to pick up debris from the floods from those most impacted. And we asked that they put that out Friday night ahead of the early Saturday morning pickup. So that's this Friday for folks with debris and large appliances and other things. We're able to come by and help them with that. Tomorrow, celebrating the library's 118th birthday with cake at noon. The community is invited. And on April 20th, the county will come back with Chromebooks for our community. They gave out Chromebooks yesterday. So that's all that's on my list.
Thank you. Deputy City Clerk, anything from you?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Thank you. Attorney Rathi?
Not at this time, Mary. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving right along slowly. Public comments. If you wish to make a general public comment and are attending in person, please fill out a speaker card. If you are attending via Zoom, join in on the Zoom webinar using the raise hand. You will have 3 minutes to ask questions or make comments to the council. And these are items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any public comment on Zoom?
Yes, we do, Mayor. We have Iriana Pisano.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello.
You have a lot of feedback.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lots of echoing. If you are on multi,
Okay, can
There
you
you
hear
go.
me better?
there you go. Thank you very much.
Now there's no voice. If you can hear me, I just wanted to say good evening, and I wanted to compliment the city for the road work and the curbside renovation or update to our town. It looks really good. And I was just wondering if there's a list of other streets that will soon be done also?
Thank you. We do have a paper. a pavement management plan. You can ask the, call up the city and get that. Thank you very much. Do we have any other hands? I'm sorry. Do you have anything else? You still have a couple of minutes. Shut up. Do we have any other Zoom comments?
None
Thank you
at
very
this
much.
time.
Do we have any comments from chambers?
We have Elia Salinas.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record and you have 3 minutes. Welcome. We haven't seen you in a long time.
Her microphone's not on.
Thank you.
Okay,
There we go. Thank you very much. Thank you.
thank you. I noticed that the website, I'm running out of time now. I noticed the website has not been updated with regards to city council. Number two, I found a warehouse in San Benito County for all the flood victims. If you have any furniture or any donations, contact me at 831-537-7312 or Elia Salinas at iCloud so that you can use the facility for storing donations. And I'm also here with regards to putting the city on notice, if you're not aware already yourselves, is that Rich Brown and your Kismet security company has put your city in liability. They are violating people's civil rights. I noticed that, for instance, it's all written down. They're all public records, and in the public record themselves, it's stated how they're breaking the law and they're violating and they're abusing powers. It's like that they have 832 PC powers, which means that's the penal code section that gives police officers the power to do what it is that they do to enforce. Your security company does not have that, nor does Rich Brown. So I'll give you for instance, there was a car alarm at the parking lot of the store Windmill Market, and they saw that the passenger was a female, was intoxicated. So the security company decided to go into the store to look for a male driver of the vehicle. They don't have police powers to be doing that. They're citing vehicles parked on the wrong side of the road, yet one person decided to tell them that they were parked on the wrong side and that car didn't move until the patrol car was moved. They're trespassing onto private property, which is completely illegal. They're only private people. They have no police powers. The police officers don't do that. You have to ask permission to cross somebody's property. I'm wondering why Rich Brown is, where's my minutes? Where's my time? Oh, great. Okay, why is he stating that he's contacting my Kismet officers? That seems to be a conflict of interest, that they're his officers. They're not, is it his company? Is he associated with his company? Is there a conflict? Most importantly, his reports follow up with dog bite. Why is that animal control following up on this? And why as an animal, I looked that up and I can't see where animal control was contacted. Why is he putting himself? He doesn't have any power. Animal control has to be notified on those kind of incidents. If each one of you take the time to read the reports, you will see.
Thank you for your time.
What I'm complaining about, and your citizens need to be aware of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Mayor, may I interject?
This is just, no, this is comments only from the public.
I would like to give Salinas another minute to conclude her comments, please. I think it's very important.
Thank you. Well, we have a 3-minute timer. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any more public comment?
No other public comment.
Thank you very much. Consent agenda. All matters listed under the San Juan Bautista City Council consent agenda may be enacted by one motion unless a member of the City Council or the public requests discussion or a separate vote. Questions, comments, concerns? Does anybody from the council want to pull any of the items under the consent agenda? Councilmember Friels.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull item G, a resolution enabling a housing choice voucher and project-based voucher programs within a 10-mile radius outside city limits of San Juan Bautista.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia. Thank you very much. I was also going to pull for G. Questions, comments from the public to pull any items on the consent agenda? Anybody on Zoom?
If you're in Zoom and you wish to pull an item under the consent agenda, please raise your hand. Seeing none, Mayor, we can move on.
Thank you very much. Does anybody from Chambers wish to pull an item on the consent agenda? Thank you very much. May I have a motion to approve?
Motion so moved.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Motion made to approve the consent agenda for A, B, C, D, and F made by Councilmember Morris Lopez, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez. Yes. Councilmember Sabathia, Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you. 4E, approve the minutes of March 15th, 2023. Councilmember Sabathia.
His mic's not on.
No. Oh, that's my old one.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Awesome. I pulled for E, just to avoid voting on it because I was not here for that meeting.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Friels?
No, none, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
No.
Thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No.
I don't either. May I have a motion to approve 4E, approve the minutes of the March 15th, 2023 minutes?
So moved.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
I will second.
Thank you. Motion to approve minutes of March 15th made by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez. Yes. And Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you. Consent agenda item 4G, approve a resolution enabling a housing choice voucher and project-based voucher programs within a 10-mile radius outside the city limits. Do you want to start off?
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the reason that or rationale that I pulled this item for consent. Yes, the reason why I pulled this item was that the title states in the resolution itself, it leaves out the second part of the statement, a project-based voucher. This is a program that has been delivered and managed by the County of Santa Cruz for the County of San Benito, including the cities of San Juan Bautista and Hollister since 1977. I feel in theory, it is a good thing. It's allowing affordable housing to be available to residents with a government-based voucher. A property owner or a rental unit is accepted into the program by the property owner, and a applicant that qualifies according to the guidelines then has a reduction in the rent. That part, I do not have any problem with it. I think it's excellent. The part of the statement and the program that I have some concern about is the part that talks about project-based voucher and also within a 10-mile radius outside of our city limits. That is a huge swath of area that extends beyond our city limits that could be considered and is considered truthfully unincorporated areas of our county. With a project-based voucher system, when I looked it up on the HUD website, it directly speaks to development in terms of building or rehabilitation, construction, or a said project that is in existence, a designation of up to 20% of the development for affordable housing. That sounds like a good deal, but when you mix that with unincorporated areas and construction development, you're talking about the chance of perhaps leapfrog development. Because when you go out 10 miles and decide to build a 25 unit, which is small, maybe a dozen unit apartment or a few duplexes, what happens when you start leapfrogging those in unincorporated areas? My thinking is then you start to do infill. So I have great concern about this, and also the way that our resolution was written did not include or address the project-based voucher. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm pulling it so that we can hold it over to another council meeting as a discussion item. Excuse me. Other questions, comments, concerns from council members? Councilmember Friels?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman?
No.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia?
The only comment I wanted to make is for those who are unclear and because of the wording and we're more familiar with the colloquial name for this is Section 8 housing, a term most people are probably more familiar with.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from the public? Do we have any public comment from Zoom?
If anybody in Zoom wishes to make a public comment, please raise your hand. Seeing none, Mayor. But we do have one in chambers.
Thank you.
Ms. Salinas?
Welcome. And I apologize. Before you start, can you please say your phone number again?
Oh, 831-537-7312. Or eliasalinas@icloud.com. eliasalinas@icloud.com. Taking all donations, but I'm not going to be your landfill.
Thank you for that. We appreciate it. I apologize. You have 3 minutes. Thank
Okay,
you.
no problem. Thank you. So I'm going to go along with what Council Member Morris Lopez stated with regards to leapfrog. I think that's basically with regards to starting a new development. With regards to these vouchers, my concern is that Santana Ranch is outside the 10-mile radius, and Santana Ranch is the only large apartment complex currently in San Benito County that is taking vouchers. They're taking vouchers or taking applications right now. They have a list going right now, but they haven't accepted anything. So if nobody knows, the public's not aware of it, They do accept vouchers and they are on a list. They're taking a list right now. Also, it would include ADUs, vouchers for property owners who have ADUs would also be able to it. So I actually requested from the Planning Commission that the Planning Department, the RMA Department, report to the Planning Commission the list of all ADUs and also farm worker housing that has been approved in San Bernardino County. So that way the public can be aware of where there is something that they can find that's affordable. And also the possibility that these property owners could also go ahead and accept these vouchers and go through the process on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments on this?
Yes, we have one more. Chris?
Thank you. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please state your name for the record.
Chris Martirana. I read through the packet this afternoon and was pretty confused by this item. So I'd encourage you to carry it over so there could be some presentation that would explain what this really is all about. One of the things that confused me is why the city council is creating a resolution that affects areas outside the city. You have no jurisdiction, I would think. And then the comments tonight talking about vouchers for people who are building things or constructing things. Was no indication of that in what I read in the packet. It's just the whole thing's confusing. And so I think it would be great to have a presentation on it for the public to understand what this is really all about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment on this?
Not at this time, Mayor.
Thank you. May I have a motion to, I asked for it to be brought to another meeting for a discussion.
I move that the resolution be moved as moved to a later meeting for discussion. The resolution about enabling housing choice vouchers and project-based voucher program.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Motion to bring this back to a second meeting as a discussion item was made by Councilmember Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez. Yes. Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes,
Motion carried.
thank you. Administrative report, storm update and Rancho Vista stormwater management status. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan, members of the city council. I'm gonna give a quick update on the storm damage and the storm status on the southern part of the city. And then our city engineer Doug Pike will talk specifically to stormwater management. You can see my screen now. Hopefully you can hear me. But that would be good. Okay.
Can we move, sorry, can we move the,
There you go.
thank you very much.
These pictures are from Kurt Coffee. For donating. And this is from his property overlooking the Alameda and San Hollister Road. And you can see what water did not travel down the Alameda is here behind these homes and coming into the backside and around to Lang Street. You can also see this water up here, way up here on the edge, right on the edge of the Mission Farms RV park that Kurt manages. So this is just a precursor to what's happening. This is Friday morning, I believe, March 10th. This is a better picture of the amount of water that was stacked up behind 156 and trapped between the Mission Farms RV park. You can see the water coming down through this creek and then heading this way and sheeting across into the park. And then this is the depth of the water. So this is Piker Construction, Caltrans's construction firm and their management, trailer here. This is just by, the Diaz property, at Mission Vineyard and what was 156. This is a picture of the Alameda and the water escaping the Alameda to head down towards, the underpass. There's the water passes under 156 down in this area, but has, been going down this way and eventually did make its way into the RV park. So the RV park was hit from the south and from the east and the west, with water running into it. And, the Alameda itself was in pretty bad shape. We had maybe a foot full of mud. It took us a while to clear these storm drains here, unfortunately, because that caused the mud to back up on Lang Street. And so we had homes damaged on Lang Street here as well as along the frontage of the Alameda. So at the Mission Farms RV Park, this side here was inundated, mostly by the creek that runs down along this bank. And then around the perimeter, and if Kurt wants to speak to it, we can put this slide up again, we can talk about it more. This is the creek coming through and breaching the levee here, and you can see how it's hitting this coach, and causing quite a bit of damage, especially those along the border. This is what the park looked like, I would guess about 8 or 9 o'clock, when I was there, 3 feet deep at least. Another picture, with the buildings in the background. At this point, it's still raining, and it rained until about noon on the 10th, as I recall. So this was pretty messy situation for us. But of course, the community rallied and came back, and this is last Friday. These are Rotarians working to help the Mission RV clean up, as they will do. And I understand they were out Saturday as well. They took a team effort to get things cleaned up. And part of the reason was we all wanted the Poppy Jester Festival back in the barn. These are donations we received and collected here at City Hall and brought to the park. And the community appreciated that, the cleaning stuff as well as incidentals, toiletries, etc. And just got this picture today. This is the Red Cross, and there's Kurt on the left in this picture, providing supplies and metal rakes and drinking water and hot meals. And that the hot meals will be distributed until Wednesday and continue at least until Friday, as the Mission Farm RV Park and Red Cross reassess the situation. So it's ongoing. A number of the units out there were a total loss, and but we think we have all the people in housing that need to be in housing. So that was our challenge for the last few days. And then we have again disaster debris pickup schedule. We put these flyers out today. For the folks, especially along the Alameda and Lang Street there. So if they have appliances, we had one resident there with 7 feet of mud inside his basement. And our fire department responded to and pumped out for him. So that's the effort in the past week or so that's gone on, and just wanted to share that. And then Doug, you can. Are there any questions about that part of the presentation? That's all south of the 156.
We can continue on with Doug. And then we'll get questions afterwards. Thank you. Doug, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Sorry about that.
There you go.
Can you
Welcome.
see my screen there, flooding on north side of the city?
Yes, we do. Thank you very much.
Well, Mayor Pro Tem and Council, thanks for allowing me to be here. I'm helping Jerry Sanguinetti in the city engineer issues in San Juan Bautista, and was invited by the city manager to make this presentation.
Thanks, Doug. I'm sorry. If you could speak up a little bit louder, our heater just came on. And it's a
Okay.
little noisy in here.
Well, I've got 5 kids, so I can be as loud as I need to be.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're looking now at the north side of the city, and some of you are familiar with what was going on during some of these storm events and localized flooding in the Rancho Vista neighborhood. And so I'm going to reiterate some things that you've probably already seen, and I want to give some credit right on the right out of the gate to many people that have been involved and helped me understand the issues and get up to speed. There's a local citizen, Bill Vance, that prepared a very thoughtful and thorough letter with a lot of photos, and that was very helpful. And it just goes to show how citizens can make a difference. And I just want to give a shout out to Bill and say thank you. So I just wanted to give an overview of the complex drainage patterns through this newer subdivision. As you know, this is so new that the public improvements have not yet been accepted by council. And in going through this exercise, I learned some things and gonna talk about a few things and then make a few suggestions just as kind of entering into this. And there's some work that needs to be done and there's some decisions that need to be made. And this is a first step. So we have the pattern of flow from the creek. And anybody that's been down in the creek knows that it's full of sediment, that it has essentially no capacity left to carry water in low flows in the channel. If you go out there today, there's very low flows, but even those very low flows are split two directions. They flow into the field and they continue down the creek bed. For the water that continues down the creek bed, there's a culvert. And that culvert's about 50% occluded, maybe 35% occluded. This is a complex area here near the playground where we have some water from this older subdivision that is getting into the creek. And the blue is intended to show the flow patterns of the creek. Red are surface flows and flood flows. So this blue dashed line is a culvert. The creek actually goes through a culvert into its new bank here on alongside Lavanino, on the north side of Lavanino, and then it goes down to First Street and then goes underneath a pedestrian bridge, a culvert, which by the way is a constriction point. That culvert is maybe 25% of the capacity of the culvert that goes underneath Lavanino. But then it flows out the river, and the river's been recently cleaned and it has a limited capacity as well. So just following the creek, we find some constrictions. By the way, this portion right here, the dashed line where the river goes through a culvert is completely occluded. It's completely blocked with sediment. Some very, very minor flows are making it through there. So there's some serious maintenance issues that need to be addressed. So when this field to the south west of the subdivision fills with water, because that's what it's prone to do, and I'll show some photos, then the design is intended to accommodate those flows breaching along the west end of Lavanino and basically entering into these retention ponds. And these retention ponds also are the basically collect other stormwater from the subdivision. And then it's intended to meter out the peak flows into the creek. And then you can see the surface flows on the streets here and generally how they flow. There is an underground storm drain system that is supposed to help with low flows, keep water, heavy water out of the gutters. I didn't show those here because this exhibit would get too busy. One of the things that I'll point out that I learned right away, and it's just so you have the background while we're looking at photos and talking about other things. The hydraulics and hydrology studies that were produced for the subdivision was designed for a 10-year storm. There was a peer review done after some flooding was observed. That was accomplished like back in May of 2022. And that was simply a desktop study by another civil engineering firm. Desktop study means that they looked at the documents that were generated by the designer just to see what they could add, and they had some recommendations, and so we have that data. So here's some photos, starting from upstream. Some of you recognize where we're at here. This is the field to the west of the subdivision, to the southwest of the subdivision, and the creek that very easily goes beyond its banks as a very small capacity, even if you were to remove all the sediment, but right now has almost no capacity as it approaches the subdivision. So it causes this flooding. And there's a mobile home that had water lapping at its doorstep. Public Works and Jerry Sanguinetti at MNS worked together to protect this bank, which had some failure due to some fast flows. And that was a wise thing to do because it did protect the fence and potential property of this homeowner. Going into the stormwater basins, you can see the flows as the water continues to flow toward the north. Here's water as it looks as it's flowing on Lava Nino. Again, Lava Nino, which becomes the de facto overflow river. The storm basins alongside Lava Nino. Lava Nino from the north end on First Street. The retention ponds from Lava Nino, looking at the playground on the other side. And then this is the same thing, looking from Lava Nino across the retention ponds, which are full and overflowing. And beyond the photo, beyond the playground that's inundated, that white fence shows where the end of the creek bank is. The creek is, and then it goes from there, in theory, underneath the basin, through a culvert across Lava Nino into the channel. And that, like I mentioned, that those culverts are full. But there is an overflow. Everything has an overflow. There's a lot of good news with the bad news, but the good news is that the overland escape works. People have been asking what level of storm was this, and I haven't done an independent analysis, but we've asked around, city manager has, and got some information from adjacent communities that have determined that for them, this was a 35 to 40-year storm, which is significant, just so you know, and the volumes from, say, a 50-year storm to a 100-year storm aren't as large as you think. It's not linear. So that's the good news. And my understanding is that although that one motorhome or mobile home was had inundation all around it, there was not a large amount of flooding or flooding that I'm aware of that got into the adjacent homes. I could be wrong, but so here's looking at Lava Nino again towards the north, towards First Street. And to the right are the detention basins, and the water in theory would flow underneath Lava Nino, underneath the pedestrian bridge, and then into the natural river channel. And there is a basin that runs adjacent to the subdivision road. And there was a lot of flooding across Lava Nino and overflowing the banks of the creek on the other side. And that whole street was inundated. A lot of it was because of the backup at the pedestrian bridge. So this is an interesting exhibit that helps understand some of the dynamics, at least based on the most recent large storms. You can see the inundation area. And so, you know, if this is, say, a 40-year storm, this is a 40-year inundation exhibit. If this, all these flows and these patterns and routes of travel were modeled in detail, you could expand that and create a 100-year storm inundation area or any other year. Typically, the software that's used for that is a program called HEC-RAS, which allows you to perform a mix of open channel and pipe flows, and you input all of the different cross sections and right angles, slow down points, friction points, if you want to call it that, and it'll spit out onto a map what your inundation areas are. So I've got some titles here just for some discussion points. We're not solving all the problems tonight, but just wanted you to know what some of my observations were. So I had mentioned the creek capacity is almost at zero, and the creek needs to be maintained. The sediment should be removed, particularly leading up to and including the sediment in this culvert that's here on 3rd Street. The flow of the river gets to this occluded pipe, and that creek culvert needs to be cleaned. I mentioned the spillway here because the spillway and various areas across this inundation area were damaged. And I know one location has what I would regard as severe damage, but together as a system of damage, there's quite a bit of damage there. And I don't know the value, but it could be $250,000 or more to repair the damage that was caused by this inundation through this area to the infrastructure. And that would include, mostly things like erosion in banks, damage to fences, the deposition of sediment in the creek. I mentioned here the pedestrian bridge culvert, and I think you're probably all familiar with that pedestrian bridge. If you were to walk out and cross it and you look at the area available for the water to flow underneath it, you'd see it's markedly smaller than the culvert that goes underneath Lavaninda. There's a kind of a complex flow situation going over around here that I've mentioned, and that is that you've got water from this subdivision merging with the creek into trying to get into a pipe that's occluded, and so it just all goes to overland flow. I want to just share a couple of principles with you that you can have in your mind, and you can see where my recommendations are headed. So as you have flows, the things you're looking for that affect the inundation plain, the water inundations, you look for areas of blockage downstream, because you have what they call a tailwater effect, where if this channel or the river itself along 1st Street doesn't have the capacity for the water in a 10-year storm or greater, then it's going to back up like this. If you have a culvert that's a pinch point, you're going to have a tailwater that will back this up and make this floodplain larger. If you have pipes that are occluded, it'll back this up again. If another culvert is occluded, it'll back it up. If the creek's occluded, it'll back it up. And I didn't really prepare an exhibit, but one of the things that you might have seen is that when typically an engineer or hydrogeologist looks at a rainfall event, they chart it over time, and it just starts out, if you can see my pointer, and imagine this is just a blank paper, but the runoff starts to grow as the rain event gets bigger, and then it reaches a peak runoff, and then it falls back down until the rain is completely stopped. That's how the storms come in. They start out light, and then they get heavy, then they go out light. And the flood waters follow that exact same pattern. And if you can keep the water moving on the front end of that curve, then you'll have less flooding when you get to the peak. And as I mentioned, the system here is designed, so far as I could discern from my a quick look at the studies, for basically a 10-year storm event, the storm drains and the basins. However, the overland escape, which is designed to support and not allow for damage to homes in a 100-year storm, appears to have worked fairly well for a 40-year event. And so that's is just a helpful exhibit to understand the dynamics of what is going on. So the observations in short, and I'm almost done with the presentation, but so I don't want you to think I'm trying to carry this on too long. The stormwater basin capacities were exceeded. The pedestrian bridge culvert capacity was exceeded. The stormwater generally stayed within the basins, river, and streets, which is the 100-year floodplain channel for overland escape. Some of the stormwater system maintenance issues that I saw was that the creek channel is full of sediment. Third Street culvert is partially occluded. The creek culvert is fully occluded. The creek channel along Lavanino is partially occluded with heavy brush or basically bushes and things that need to be cleaned out. And I think if I was a kid there, I'd make a fort in there. And there's a lot of evidence that there's material from forts from kids that occluded that channel as well. So there was damage that I mentioned, and it was to creek banks, road banks, spillway fence, the road parkways, and then there was other damage as well. So just based on a site visit and basically my 40 years of experience in these types of things, some things jump out. This is not an uncommon scenario. If you build a subdivision with the creek that flows through it, I mean, these are the kind of issues you deal with. But I recommend that a desktop peer review be done of the existing design and not to repeat what was done by Schaff and Wheeler. They did a desktop study that was helpful. But I'm recommending that we do a system modeling to understand really the details of the hydrology and hydraulic capacities. So basically a HEC-RAS analysis and see really what the inundations look like in the different storm events. You can model it with and without maintenance. And that's one good thing is we can get that model really lined up to the real world because we have the inundation plane mapped out based on experience, and we can use that to sync the model. We do need to determine what rainfall intensities of those atmospheric river events that we saw. And I think we can all agree that these storms were not normal. I've lived in the central coast of California for 45 years, and I've never seen rainfall like that in 45 years. My backyard, as a measure, flooded in a way that I've never seen it flood before. And there was a lot of people that had flood damage all over California. Another recommendation is to identify weaknesses and determine specific recommendations to enhance capacities and flows from the development to the downstream creek channel. So in other words, we want to understand what's happening so we can do the best we can with what we have. And then what can we do that's reasonable, if anything, to lessen the amount of flooding that happens in this subdivision. In regards to performing maintenance recommendations, now this would all require permitting and following whatever biological requirements are placed on us when we assume it. Right now, maintenance is the responsibility of the developer. We haven't accepted these improvements. By the way, damage is the responsibility of the developer because we haven't accepted the improvements. We need to selectively thin the vegetation. And I put it in that form because that is probably an approach that can be permitted. Removing vegetation wouldn't be. And then when damage is repaired, it ought to be repaired with lessons learned, with mitigation improvements in mind, so that when it happens again, and it will, that it's not damaged like it was this time or over these storms, especially if and when the city accepts these improvements. Other issues, and some of these, again, I'll give credit to Bill Vance for raising some of these, but his thoughts were there probably needs to be some additional protection behind homes at the west edge of the development. And that's those locations where the plastic was placed just on the upstream to the west of the subdivision. We know there's some existing basins on the west side of Highway 156. And I guess that's Highland Ranch. And I did look on Google Earth, and there's actually quite a few basins. And so obviously flooding is an issue to that side, and we need to be aware of those, and how do they ask the question, how does it play into what's happened? And then this next bullet, the third bullet, understanding upstream watershed and flood potential. What does the 50-year look like? What does the 100-year look like? And now that we know that this happens as it does, how do we prevent impact from future upstream development that we have very little control over? You know, do we need to address these with the county and get them as a partner and address that? And then what are the lessons learned for the Christopher Ranch development property? And so just as one thought, I'll go back to this one exhibit here and just point out that there's some things that immediately came to mind. Some people think, well, it may not be a good thing for more development upstream. Well, that's not true, because the development upstream could solve many of these problems if we learn the lessons that we're supposed to. There's some simple thoughts that immediately come to my mind. Typically, what you do with these types of flows is you put them in a flood control channel, a trapezoidal or a square channel, and it wouldn't be large, but envision something of that nature that goes around the subdivision out to the creek. And when that, it significantly reduces this, and it would be a requirement on development that occurs around the perimeter of the subdivision. And then there's some other improvements that could be done to the existing infrastructure, but I don't know what we could do that would make a significant difference without, basically starting from scratch. But at any rate, so these are some interesting discussion points, interesting exhibits. I have some recommendations, and we'll be working with Jerry and with city manager and planning director, and we'll be developing a program for understanding it and making concrete suggestions. And with that, I'll ask if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Doug. Thank you, Don, for your presentation as well. Questions, comments, concerns from the council, Councilmember Friels?
Yes, thank you for the, excuse me, the presentations. Unfortunately, we've seen this flooding, the exact same flooding in 95 and 98. Mission Farms got hit the same way in 95. The Lavanino Ranch, or the Christopher Ranch, flooded the same way, 95, 98. I had a couple questions for Mr. Pike. The spillway, sir, is that spillway is designed to go over a sidewalk and into a workout station? Is that correct?
I looked at that, and there are several retention ponds, and this was apparently engineered with a spillway to go from one to another. And you're right, it does cross over a sidewalk, and under certain storm events, it would not affect the playground, but obviously in large storm events, it does inundate the playground. So that you're right. Like I said, this was designed for 10-year flood events. And so, anything beyond that, water gets outside of its 10-year flood boundary that the engineer designed.
Yeah, I understand it. Actually, the playground was spared. It's just their little workout station and this is the second time now within a year that's been underwater. I fully agree with you about the creek needing to be maintained. And just a little history on that flow. It comes from it's called the Nyland Ranch, starts with an N. There are two there's a small pond and then a pretty decent sized reservoir above it. Goes from the decent size into the small pond. Thank goodness Tom Manning back in the late 90s rehabilitated that dam because it was ready to fail. Tom Manning ran the Nyland Ranch. And thank goodness he did that and fixed the spillway. So it goes over the spillway into the creek, into under the freeway at Larios Drive. Problem is also it not only did it hit the creek at Larios, but it also flowed over Larios. And that's where we got a bunch of water. A lot of water came from over Larios into the field. That field has always been, I don't know if I can go as far as say a riparian area, but it's always been below grade my whole life. Like I said, it has flooded. In my lifetime, I can tell you at least 5 times. So I agree with the creek is trashed. I guess it's, other than agreeing with you on all that, I agree with holding the developer to fixing this, because if not, it's just going to happen again. And how many times are we going to allow it to happen before we end up getting sued for this mess? And one more question on the spillway, and you said mitigation in the future. That would be nice, because it has a ranch style fence with hog wire across the bottom of it, and I understand that for safety reasons when it fills up, especially for for juveniles, kids. But that all clogged up, and then that's what blew the fence out. And believe it or not, I watched some kids take a raft and raft down the spillway into the retention pond, and I was so happy that we didn't have a flash, or else they'd end up in the Pajaro. So yeah, safety concerns are big with me. I was a fireman for 30 years, so I was Swiftwater rescue tech, and I've been there and done that. So it's a scary situation. But thank you for the presentation. It was fantastic, and I can't wait to see the improvements. So thank you, sir.
Well, thank you. And you did mention something that I can highlight, and one of the big hazards is if you have a dam upstream, even if it's overwhelmed by water going over its spillway, that's one thing. But if you have a dam that fails, even though it's the whole thing is underwater, that's a slug of water that'll come down all at once. And those are the things that create, that flood homes and put lives at risk. And so look, the fact that you mentioned that strength and dam upstream, and that's something that always needs to be watched and looked at. The city engineer should always be aware of what's happening upstream in the watershed. And so the floodplain manager for the city is supposed to track those things and make sure that as a system, there's nothing strange happening that's going to affect the city from a flood standpoint.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the great explanation and presentation. To follow up directly on Scott and on what you were just talking about, if that Nyland Dam or whatever you want to call it was not there, I think the consequences would have been a lot worse for all of San Juan. It would have been really bad. And so preservation and possibly improvement of that dam, to me, is a critical component of the whole thing. I've lived here for a little over 20 years now. And for a large part of that 20 years, I commuted to the Silicon Valley on a regular basis, not every day, but close enough. And so the curve, as you're going out First Street, along the canal, and you hit the curve down there by Manning's Ranch and stuff, that floods on a regular basis. I mean, almost every year. Before Rancho Vista was even here, before Rancho Vista was even thought of, that flooded on a regular basis. To me, and I know there's problems with fish and game. I know you can't touch wildlife, but that ditch or canal, whatever you want to call it, is completely clogged. The county, what in the first big storm in January, cleared out 4 trees and a lot of the stuff. But when you look past the first choke point that the engineer was talking about, which is a pedestrian bridge, well, probably the 3rd or 4th choke point actually, but even when you get past that pedestrian bridge, the water is still not allowed to flow quickly and clearly out to the Pajaro River. It just gets jammed up by all the vegetation, and the vegetation acts as maybe not a dam, but certainly it slows it down to a qual, and then you get the flooding. That's why it always flooded on that curve. But clearly we have a lot of work to do, and I just hope that we can convince people to change some of the things, do some improvements to the canals and the canal by the wastewater treatment plant too. Of course, that one fills up in, as the engineer correctly pointed out, fills up in like 10 minutes. It just, so we really need to improve that area to make it all work. That's all I can think of for now, but later I'll have more.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I just want to say thanks once again for your presentation. But I'm fairly new, so I apologize, but can you tell me and maybe for audience members who you are? You're Mr. Pike, but where do you work and what's your relationship to the city and your presentation that you gave us?
Thank you. I should have done that on the onset. My name is Doug Pike. I'm a licensed registered civil engineer. I work with M&S Engineers, who has been selected and appointed as city engineer for San Juan Bautista. And we have a team of professionals that provide public works, engineering, survey, land development services, or whatever we're asked to do. Since we're being fundamental and basic here, it's a requirement of the state constitution that every city has to have a licensed civil engineer appointed as city engineer for all of these issues. One's not any important than the other, but they're all important to the health and safety of the community. M&S was appointed, I don't know how long it's been, not very long ago, a number of months, but we've been jumping in both hands and both feet first. M&S Engineers has provided the construction engineer and inspector for the paving job. We're helping the planning department with some planning applications for new development in the city. We review their maps, we review their plans and make recommendations. And you'll be seeing a lot of us because in my experience, aside from the planning director as a department, the planning department, the public works department has a lot of staff reports. And over time, you'll see Jerry Sanguinetti and myself and possibly Paul Greenway and a few others at M&S that we divide and conquer. We all are well experienced, but we take work assignments and we divide them up so that we can do it quickly and efficiently for the city.
Thank you. And then you work out, where's your main office?
Well, let's see. So Jerry lives in the South Bay Area and he's boots on the ground every day. I come up once a week and I live in Santa Barbara County. Paul Greenway lives in, I think in the Salinas area. I'm also the city engineer for the city of Greenfield, have been since 2014, and worked for a number of cities and special districts. We do a lot of work in the your local area as well. I've got projects that I'm assisting other cities with around Monterey County and places north. We have a San Jose office also. Our corporate office is in Santa Barbara.
Okay, thank you for that. And then last comment, I'll make it really quick. I heard you say that with the flooding that took place in the Rancho Vista, this wouldn't preclude future development out there. When you, there's a west side up against 156, and I don't know if you're referring to that area on the back side or the west side of that development, or that was just a general comment.
I think it was a general comment specific to land adjacent to this subdivision. I'm always looking for opportunities to fix something that's not optimal. And in another world, what we may have done, if I'd have been the city engineer at the time, I probably would have identified just simply because of my experience, I'd identified the need for some kind of a flood control channel to circumnavigate this neighborhood, or to go through the neighborhood that had no potential for occlusion. It would clearly convey everything that would come into this subdivision. Given the fact that the downstream creek has limitations, of course, but so my thinking is that if there is a subdivision, I understand there's been talk of one just to the west of this one. It's an opportunity to put some flood control facilities in that are not existent, and they're not ugly necessarily. They're actually kind of hidden from view. That, like I said, it's not a large channel. It doesn't have to be that large. Maybe 4 feet wide, 6 feet tall, and then there has to be some fall protection there. But that would carry most of this flood water, probably the 100-year storm around the subdivision. Anyway, that's what I was alluding to, is that, how do we make this better moving forward? That's what land development engineering is all about, trying to not make things worse, but make things better.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia.
My only comment is thanks for the education and the great visuals there. Look forward to seeing what can and should be fixed in the future.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. The photographs were spectacularly amazing and eye-opening. I really appreciate the graphics that you provided as well. Don, thank you for your presentation also. We have work to do still, apparently, with the developer, and hopefully any new development that comes in, we'll be working closely with them, that nothing like this ever happens again to the city. Questions, comments, concerns from the public? Do we have any public comment from Zoom?
If anybody in Zoom wishes to make a public comment, please raise your hand. And currently we have 2 hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you very much. You have 3 minutes. Who are we bringing in first?
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much and welcome. You have 3 minutes. Darlene, can you hear? You need to unmute yourself, please.
Yes,
There
Darlene,
you go. Thank you. Welcome.
22 North Street. I would like to, I hope the city is going to share with us what a 50 and 100-year plan may look like, and also factor in our climate change issues that we have, because I can't see this getting better myself. But any case, The other thing I'd like to point out is I do want to give a shout out to Mayor Pro Tem Freeman for his expertise in hazardous waste identification, which he did for the Mission Farm, Mr. Kurosaki, and he also typed up a whole bunch of recommendations of how to dispose of and mitigate all these hazardous waste things, because this is another side issue that you have when you have flooding. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else in Zoom?
Yes, we do. Mr. James Pisano.
Thank you.
Hi,
Welcome.
I would just like
Hi,
to express some
welcome.
appreciation to Doug for a very thorough presentation. And it appears that we have enough understanding of how the floodplain works over here. I live in the affected neighborhood, and I'd like to express some confidence that we can figure out how to make this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns from chambers?
We have 3 speaker cards, and I don't know if anybody else wishes to make a public comment. If we can have Mr. Kurt.
Welcome.
Little sore. Kurt Kurosaki, I'm representing Mission Farm RV Park, and while I have concerns, I'll save them for a later date. I just wanted to come up and express my thanks to the city council, city manager, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman for helping me with the hazardous waste story, Mayor Jordan for coming out and being supportive of all the residents at the RV park, as well as those who were affected along the Alameda, the first responders, Hollister Fire Department, San Juan Fire Department, the Red Cross, and all the members of the community have actually been so supportive during this time. In '98, when the park flooded, which actually came from a completely different direction. It was floodwaters from the canyon, not floodwaters from east of Mission Vineyard. We did not have this kind of support from the community. And it's quite heartwarming to see that how things have changed. And we really appreciate everything that you've done for us this week. And yes, we will have the film festival.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, Miss Zoe DeGore.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Zoe Diggory. I'm a resident at 3 Donner Street. And I want to echo my neighbor Jim's sentiment that we can fix these things. But when we do that, I really want to encourage the council and the folks that are working on flooding solutions and stormwater management to take a big picture look at this, and to look at this in a different way than the city has and that developers do. Because the solution to the problem is not going to be right there at the site. That's not how we fix it. And especially not how we fix it when we start thinking about climate change impacts. And I think if we had looked at the Rancho Vista development, and I probably would have said this at a city council meeting had I lived here at the time, but what if we had given that little creek more room? What if we had a nice little path on the side of that creek, so that when a flood happened, it filled up and it stayed in a creek. And in the meantime, we got to walk along it, and it went on through under a appropriately sized culvert under our road. And so if we start taking a big picture look at where the opportunities are as much as the constraints, we can see that there are a lot of pretty impressive ways to manage our water resources. And so remember, like 6 months ago when we were super afraid that it would never rain again, right? This is a resource. And if we keep trying to get it off the land as quickly as possible, which of course we want to do to protect property and houses, then we lose the benefit of that water to do anything else for us. And we need it to do other things for us. And so when we think about that, thank you, Doug, for the great graphics, that big meadow, right? Up, that is, I call it upstream of the Rancho Vista development. what if that meadow wasn't there, right? That water would be in Rancho Vista. It would be on San Juan Highway, whatever, the San Juan Highway. If the reservoirs hadn't been there and it hadn't been a drought for 4 years before that, right? All of that extra water would have been in Rancho Vista. So to look at the problem, we have to take a big step back. And if we're going to find solutions, we need to do the same thing. And so I really do encourage the development of a water resources management plan, which I think is on the agenda, and start looking at the opportunities that we have downstream of the problems, upstream of the problems, so that we can start coming up with solutions that help a lot of people, including solutions that could help Hertz property on the other side of the highway. It is actually one big giant watershed. And so if we start thinking about it that way, then we can come up with solutions that make a lot of sense for a lot more people. And, oh, I'm sorry, this is kind of bad news. Some of the other estimates of what the storm was, it was a 10-year event. So there's differing opinions in different places where this rainfall was amounted to what was a 10-year flow in some of our creeks. So if this is a 10-year event and this is what happened at Rancho Vista and this is what happened in the Alameda, then we have a pretty big problem on our hands.
Thank you very much. Nice phrasing. Do we have any other public comments?
Yes, Ms. Salinas?
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you. Okay, when you point the finger at someone, remember that there's fingers pointing back at you. So you're looking towards the developer, you're going to have to look towards your planning commission and city council. So remember to start there when you start saying you want to blame it on the development. I would like to know whether either Mr. Pike, let the council know whether Mr. Pike himself and or a representative from that company was in the meeting 2 weeks ago with Steve Luke from the art and numerous county, state, and federal agencies that were there on what to do with the creek. And that had to do with what happened in Lover's Lane. But if Mr. Pike is on the ball, he should have been at that meeting, and I hope that he attend, because you do not have to reinvent the wheel when you already have the county doing it with regards to cleaning the creek. There's wet and there's dry permits. So right now, if he contacts, and if he hasn't already contacted, you need to talk to Steve Luke over at the RMA, because there are different ways to go about right now without having to get special permits to clean out the creek. Now, is there a policy, or you should have a policy of how often those culverts get cleaned up? When was the last time that culverts were cleaned? And if they weren't cleaned, you're going to get the excuse, we don't have enough staff, yada, yada, yada. But there should be some kind of policy, regardless of whether there is rain or no rain. Let's see. With regards to the watershed, and he made a statement with, we need to find out about the watershed and the storage. Well, there is already a water district that it falls under the jurisdiction. Has he talked to the water districts in the area about what happens with that watershed and what happens with the water storage? So again, Mr. Pike and his staff do not have to reinvent the wheel. I don't know how much time I have left. And thank you to Councilman Friels for giving the history, so that way it saved time on me, because Mr. Pike did start off saying that he's been here for 40 years, and in 40 years, he's never seen anything like this. Well, we also have been here for less than, we've been in the Bay Area, we've been in the Monterey Bay Area, and we've seen this in less than 40 years. We saw this in 95 and we saw it in 98. Total destruction. Real quick, let me finish with each individual one of you council members, and as a whole, write letters to Robert Rivas, Ana Caballero, and Zoe Lofgren that you need funds. There's infrastructure bills. You do not fall under the FEMA because it has to be more than 18 inches in damage. If it's less than 18 inches in damage within the facility, you're
Thank
not
you for
allowed
your
to do
time.
that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, Mr. Bill Vance?
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. So my name is Bill Vance, and I live here on 3rd Street. I'm living directly with the water field that was behind our home there on the west side of Rancho Vista. So I just wanted to, first off, just say thanks very much to all the people of the city, because man, there was a ton of people out there helping us to make sure that everybody was safe and taking care of situations the best they could. The second thing is, I'd like to know if there's a way to be a little more transparent, because I went to look up about the floods and I was like, it'd be really interesting to know who's reported anything, what's been being done, because, I just heard 95, 98, we know in 2021, I believe it was, that December, we had the same issue, but I couldn't find anything anywhere to say, is it even being addressed? So it'd just really nice to have something that we would know. And then the other thing is that some transparency from Mr. Pike, his group, letting us know what are they doing, so month by month or maybe quarter by quarter, just a quick review of, yes, we're working on it. Here's what we're doing. Here's the progress being made, et cetera. And to keep everybody up to date. The other thing I wanted to know about was, if the 100-year flood really did take place, do we need flood insurance? And so right now we're listed as not being in a floodplain, but when I was out on the streets, when all this was taking place, doing my photos and everything, that was the question everybody was asking one another. Did you buy flood insurance? No, it wasn't needed, So I think that's a very important subject that we all need to know about. The other, I think this came up with Mr. Pike as well, that on the back side of or I guess it would be the west side of Rancho Vista, a lot of the backyards are all eroding. And so even though they put that tarp over the one end, all the rest of them are still eroding as well because of all the squirrels that play out there, et cetera. So, and then the other thing I thought, and I don't know if this was covered, I don't know the area that well, but on the west side of 156, there's like a reservoir up there. I don't know if that's the one we've been talking about, but if by any chance there was an earthquake and that were to open up, would that cause us any damage as well? I think just something to be considered, I think. And then the other thing is that, the person before me who was speaking had made some comments about damages, et cetera. But, one of the other things that we're kind of missing is that we've got a pretty big agricultural area around us. And so, when these fields get flooded, I don't think that's really good for the agriculture as well. So it might be worthwhile to have them be part of the solution, to say that, hey, look at, they don't need that damage any more than we do. So that's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. And just a clarification for all the questions, and I appreciate all the questions and comments from both the council and the public. Mr. Pike works for M&S Engineering, who is the city's engineer. They work for us closely with our city manager. So our city manager has heard all your comments and will be working with our city engineer to move forward. So he's not an independent contractor. He doesn't work for the developer. He is our engineer. Thank you all again. Everybody. Moving forward, discussion items 6A, reach codes. I'm sorry, say that one. Sorry, reach codes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kevin Miller. I'm here with representing Central Coast Community. I wanted to start by thanking you all for having us. I know you have a lot on your plates with the storms and the flooding and the recovery efforts. I just wanted to express my appreciation for your time and your willingness to discuss reach codes with us tonight. Central Coast Community Energy is San Juan Bautista's electricity provider. We've been serving clean and renewable electricity to the city and to the community for over 5 years now. We also provide energy programs which address the electrification of the built environment, transportation sector, and the ag sector. And here with me tonight, I have a Myra Vega and Farhad Farmand from TRC. They're here specifically to talk with us about and present on 3CE's Reach Code program. So yeah, with that, I'd like to hand it over to Myra Vega via Zoom.
Hi, Myra, welcome.
Hello, happy to be here. Is it all right if I share my screen?
Yes, we enabled you to do that.
All right, great. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect. Well, thank you, Kevin, for the introduction, and good evening, Honorable Council. Thank you for inviting 3CE here tonight to discuss REACH codes. I'm going to navigate through these couple slides. So what are REACH codes? Well, they are local enhancements meant to exceed minimum state code requirements by amending either the Title 24 state code or municipal ordinances. Historically, REACH codes were used to adopt energy efficiency measures through Title 24 Part 6 amendments. But today, I will specifically be talking about building electrification and EV charging infrastructure REACH codes for new construction only. Today, over 70 California jurisdictions have adopted building electrification REACH codes, some of which also include EV charging. So there are a variety of pathways in which a jurisdiction can adopt a REACH code. As I mentioned, historically, jurisdictions that wanted to pass energy efficiency measures did so through Part 6 or the Energy Code. This pathway requires Energy Commission approval and remains the path for any amendments with energy efficiency measures. Part 11, or the Building Code, is the Energy Commission's recommended pathway for an amendment that only contains building electrification and EV charging measures. It does not require CEC approval, and a jurisdiction would need to file their amendment with the Building Standards Commission. Both Part 6 and Part 11 amendments have to be adopted every 3 years to remain current. Aside from the state code amendments, jurisdictions can also choose a municipal or zoning code amendments. These are not tied to the 3-year code cycle, so we recommend jurisdictions that are interested in this approach develop comprehensive and long-term measures. So why are we talking about REACH codes today? Well, REACH codes are the primary mechanism for cities and counties to achieve their climate action goals and align themselves with California's decarbonization goals. Without electrification, our climate-related disasters will only continue to exacerbate. Residents also benefit from building electrification through less expensive buildings to construct, net job creation, improved safety, and indoor and outdoor air quality. In fact, there are dozens of peer-reviewed journal publications that tie the use of gas stoves to respiratory illnesses, particularly in young children. For jurisdictions that want to pass a REACH code, we are here to support. Through 3CE's REACH code program, we provide stakeholder engagement, which includes attending community events and soliciting feedback. We also provide technical assistance, which includes developing ordinance, language, and tools to not just help cities adopt their REACH codes, but enforce them through planning counter checklists and free training for building department staff. Now I'll provide a high-level overview of our recommended ordinance language. For buildings, we recommend all electric new construction for all building types, with some exceptions for technical and feasibility and commercial kitchens. For exempted gas uses, we do recommend jurisdictions require electric readiness, so those appliances can more easily be upgraded to electric appliances in the future. At the request of jurisdictions we worked with in the past, we also developed a definition for new construction. These codes are customizable to San Juan Bautista's needs, and we will work with your city staff to determine the appropriate requirements and exceptions for your community. Before I go over the EV recommendations, I will go over some terminology. So one set of definitions describes the speed of charging, and you can see this on the far left. Level 1 is the most basic and slowest form of charging, but it only requires a 120-volt outlet. For most people, overnight level 1 charging is enough for local commuting and errands. Level 2 provides 10 to 20 miles of charging per hour, but does require a higher voltage outlet, a 240 volt. Level 3, Level 3 are your fast chargers. You can typically find these in retail spaces. Another set of definitions refers to the level of infrastructure installed. EV-capable spaces require reserved breaker space in the electric panel for a future EV charger, along with a conduit or raceway for the future circuit. EV-ready spaces require the wiring and receptacle be installed for a complete circuit. And finally, EV charging stations are the full chargers equipped with cables, allowing drivers to pull into the parking space and charge their vehicles. In regards to the pie chart on the right, through reach codes, San Juan Bautista can augment the percent of parking spaces required to have EV charging in addition to the state code requirements. So on this slide, I will go over our EV infrastructure recommendations. And again, these are for new construction only. For single family, we recommend at least one level 2 EV ready space. If there's a second parking space, we recommend it be a level 1 EV ready space. For multifamily, we recommend 100% access for all residents. Renters typically don't have control over EV infrastructure, over EV charging access at home. So we want to encourage cities and counties to require some level of EV infrastructure for all dwelling units with parking spaces, which both are high power and low power options shown here include. For commercial, we have specific recommendations for offices and other commercial spaces and work with each jurisdiction to evaluate the correct requirements based on user profile and building stock. You can read our recommended ordinance language for both municipal code and Title 24 amendments on our website, centralreachcodes.org. Through our reach codes work, we typically get asked, how expensive is electrification? Fortunately, for a newly built all-electric home, it is typically cheaper to build because of the avoided gas infrastructure. These savings amount to about $6,000 at time of construction. However, with PG&E rates, all electric homes can be $17 per month more expensive to operate. This can be addressed by taking some of those initial savings and investing them in a PV system larger than the minimum required size, which could lower your electricity bill by $50 a month. Furthermore, we are currently developing a custom cost effectiveness analysis for the 3CE region and expect the 3CE rates will improve cost effectiveness for electrification. Another question we get asked is if electrification is resilient. Firstly, I would like to point out that for new gas appliances to function properly and safely, they do require electricity. So in unfortunate situations like power outages, these modern gas appliances simply will not work. Furthermore, not only does your electricity service provider have a service obligation to provide sufficient and reliable electricity, but PG&E began moving 10,000 miles of overhead power lines underground this year, which will decrease wildfire risk, reduce power outages, and increase overall safety. The electric grid is improving each day, and even this past summer, we saw utility scale battery capacity increase 27 times compared to 2 years ago, which helped to prevent outages. Both building and utility scale battery storage go a long way in improving our grid resiliency during climate events. And according to the Energy Information Administration, the installed battery capacity in the US doubled last year in 2022 and will double again this year, led by California and Texas. All right, back to you, Kevin.
Thanks, Mara. So before we sign off, I want to highlight some of the other programs we offer and some being offered by other parties. First, we have our new construction electrification program, which is designed for developers who are building all electric housing and ADUs. Other available and often stackable programs include the statewide Build Program and the California Electric Homes Program, both of which we collaborate closely with. As you can see, there is significant support for all electric new construction, but we also offer rebates for the electrification of existing buildings through Electrify Your Home, the bottom of this slide here. And finally, we offer rebates for EV charging infrastructure and EV purchases for residential customers, businesses, and property owners through the Electrify Your Ride program. 3CE, or Central Coast Community Energy, has already provided tens of millions of dollars in incentives to our communities on the Central Coast. This includes over $1.5 million in San Benito County, which has supported, among other things, the development of 150 new all-electric affordable housing units. And with your support, we will continue to deliver on our goals and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, provide clean, reliable electricity, and support the development of safe and healthy homes for our community. Thank you so much. This concludes our presentation, and we will be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Kevin. Questions, comments, concerns from the council, Councilmember Friel?
Just a couple questions, and a concern, and a comment. I do have a gas appliance. I do have a gas water heater, and it does not need electricity to work. And numerous times when the power has been out, I've had hot water. One of the questions was answered for me is how an electric house is cheaper. That makes sense. No running any gas. I was curious what publications addressed the respiratory concerns from, you said, Ms. Vega said that there were publications out there that that have addressed respiratory issues in children. I was curious if I could have an example of that so I can read it myself. And then that was interesting about the fast chargers. Thank you for that information. I've always be curious because my neighbor has one of the little Chevy bolts, and he doesn't need the fast charger, so he was concerned about that. And lastly, for the city manager, was Pacific Gas and Electric asked to be a part of this conversation? Because we're somewhat vilifying gas, and maybe they have a representative can point out a few issues, maybe debunk a few issues. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. One of my big questions is on new construction. You're talking about being EV ready and EV capable, I believe are those the two distinctions. And so I had thought that the California Building Code had already required the wiring for EV cars in new construction R1 single family homes. Is that true?
I believe that is slated for future code. I would ask somebody from TRC to address that one for us.
Good evening, Honorable Council. This is Farhad Farman with TRC. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I believe the question was Cal Green already requires some level of EV charging infrastructure in single family homes. Currently, it is EV capable, meaning that you would have the conduit and panel capacity. The REACH code proposal would be to have the wiring installed and a receptacle installed in the garage so you can plug right in.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. That's important. I also would ask, does any of your programs, because there's a lot of older homes here in San Juan Bautista, and their panels are not, let's say, the most modern, let's put it gently. And so do some of your rebates or incentives or whatever you want to call it, do they include panel upgrades?
Yes. We have several programs that address panel capacity upgrades and provide rebates to customers who are doing those upgrades. One being our Electrify Your Ride program, which we run entirely in-house. It's up to $2,000 for EV readiness. And that does not require you to install an EV charger, simply to you know, bring up the capacity in your home. There's also incentives available for panel upgrades through our Electrify Your Home program, which is done in partnership with the statewide Clean Tech California program. Those ones have to be tied to the installation of a heat pump, either water heater or HVAC system. But yes, we do address those upgrades.
Thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Along with the reduction in green gases by switching from natural gas to electrification, you also working in conjunction with solar energy. My concern is if well, it's not a big concern, but since we're switching from one source of raw energy, which is the gas, which is limited, right? Creating pollution. But also, what about our grids in San Diego County? They have the capacity, and are you also working in conjunction with solar energy, which converts into electrifying our homes? And there's one question I have on a page that was part of your packet. It was page 62 of 92, and it's enrollment opt-outs, and I highlighted San Juan Bautista. But if you can explain to me what this number means, to the lots, these Arroyo Grande all the way down to Watsonville. But our number has a blue bar and it says 90.98% percentage of eligible enrollment as of January 1st of 2023.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Sure. So as a community choice program, when we're established, the customers are automatically enrolled into the program, and then they have the choice to opt out and remain fully a customer of Pacific Gas and Electric. So to that date, about 10% of eligible customers or enrolled customers have chose to opt out and remain fully with Pacific Gas and Electric. And to address your other question regarding solar, particularly, I won't speak to the grid and the capacity on the grid, since it is Pacific Gas and Electric who maintains the poles and the wires and whatnot. We would have to have them weigh in on that particular question. But in regards to solar, you know, aside from utility scale development, which we do at Central Coast, we do not currently offer programs to support the installation of solar panels on, you know, rooftops, essentially. But there are significant incentives available at the state level and federal level for doing so. And it is our position that, you know, certainly solar pairs really well with electrification, right? It's cheap electricity that you're able to generate on site. So yeah, it's certainly a consideration and an important thing to look at. So thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia.
I'm gonna remove this, my mask, so that hopefully people can hear me better. So with respect to solar and rebates and things that are available, 0% available to the state, 30% rebate federally. Just did my taxes, so I know that. And then there was a woman who gave a presentation. First of all, thank you guys for your presentation. There was a woman who gave a presentation at our last regularly scheduled meeting, and I had asked a question. That question coming from someone who is part of your 10% opt-out. I've got 16 or 18 kilowatts worth of solar on my roof. It is not advantageous for me to opt into your program, even though you guys are all about electrification, because of the NEM rebates that I get through PG&E. Their payback is more advantageous than yours. Is there anything that is going to be done to or is that last 10% not worth?
So I'm on the energy programs department, so I can't speak necessarily to our plans regarding the net surplus compensation. I know in the past, we had actually offered a better compensation rate than PG&E. However, due to changes in the market essentially, and changes to net energy metering in general, we did lower that compensation rate. I would have to get back to you on exactly, how those stack up. If you're telling me there's a 10% difference, I'm inclined to believe you. And again, I'm not sure what our plans there are. However, I do know that it's competitive, and that might be worth a second look to re-enroll.
Okay, and then my only other comment is, as of 5 years ago, that's how old my home is, builders get credit for being EV ready, EV whatever, not necessarily required to.
Thank you.
Interesting, thank you. Thank you for that. Does 3CE come out and provide advice or assess a resident's home if they're part of your program? Do you provide that?
We do not. However, I know with some of the programs that we offer in partnership with other parties, there may be site visits. For example, our Electrify Your Home program supports the electrification of single family and multifamily homes. And often, well, part of the process for the multifamily electrification is a site visit where we have technical experts come in and assess the site and tell the property owners what exactly needs to be done and make recommendations along those lines.
Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from public? Zoom land?
We
Oh,
have,
don't leave yet, Kevin, you're not done.
Well, I was going to step in case anybody.
we have Myra Vega that just presented with her hand raised. If she wishes-
Myra's part of the
Yeah, but she has her hand raised.
okay,
I
come
heard
on
that
in,
she wants
Myra.
to make a comment.
Thank you. I just wanted to address Councilmember Friel's questions. So yes, in regards to the gas equipment, we are talking about new construction. Here's we're talking about new gas appliances, most of which are gas tankless water heaters. So during an outage, they're not usually able to provide hot water. And for gas stoves, they do work, but you can't vent, and that kind of goes back to the goes to your second question about the asthma risks of cooking. And I can paste, I don't know what the best way is to get this information to you. I could post some links, but the EPA and Lawrence Berkeley Lab have both conducted studies showing those risks.
Yeah, I'll just chime in if I may. This is Farhad with TRC. There's dozens of studies that document the respiratory illness impacts. UCLA, Stanford, Harvard, and so much so that the federal consumer protection agencies have voted to open a docket in order to investigate gas stoves and their health impacts and regulation around them.
Thank you for getting back to that.
Thank you. Any other questions from Zoom?
If any member of the public via Zoom wishes to make a public comment, please use the hand raise button. Seeing none, Mayor, we do have 2 in chambers.
Thank you.
We have Ms. Salinas.
No, you guys have missed me. With regards to the California Building Code, Section 2022 actually requires EV charging stations within a home for new developments. So that was a question that, well, thank you. And there are other developments. So I would just caution y'all on the decision that you're going to be make, because there are developments that are actually with natural gas. My water heater works without electricity as well, the governor did back off on the having to have by 2035 electric vehicles. And I can tell you that I would love a Ford F-150 electric truck that I could not afford. And by the time I could afford it, my son is going to take my driver's license away. Okay, so it's going to take a while. And I know that, you know, Councilman Freeman is all about electricity. He gives me a hard time about it as it is, but just be careful on making decisions because natural gas is here, it's viable. Other new developments are using it. And if you're going to just say that San Juan Bautista is only going to be, you know, just all electric for new developments, then you also have a population within this town that are old. And I can tell you, I have grown up with gas my entire life, and I am not part of the statistics or this research. And I've done okay with gas stoves, and I'm not the only one that's there. So I just want to caution you, don't just see the vision that California is going to all electric, because it is slowing down. And I mean, gas pumps work on electricity. So if we run out of gas, and it's happened to me before, we had an outage a few years ago, and I was literally almost on empty, and I finally made it to a gas station in Marina that had electricity so I could put gas in my car. You know, if we run out of power, you're not going to be able to charge your car. You're not going to be able to, you know, to do your stove. I would rather have my gas stove that I could turn on. And if I didn't have a water heater, I can still cook and I could still warm water if I had to take a bath, you know? So there are some things for change. There are some things that we don't have to change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other comments from chambers?
Mr. Bill Vance.
Right, Bill Vance again. I'm not competing with this. But just a comment, you know, that occurred to me when we're talking about this is that, so when newer developments are created, they're, you know, installing a lot more electric equipment, et cetera. But my point is that if you start doing that, is PG&E part of this conversation to be able to go back to old homes and putting in the EV stations? Are their assets able to handle the load? Because you've got smaller transformers that have been here for years and years and years. You're going to start blowing those out if you don't have a collaboration with them. End of comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was a great conversation. Oh, I'm sorry. Go
I
ahead.
do want to address at least some of that. Yes, the utility does have plans to continue to build out the capacity on the grid. As you know, there have been plans to move towards electric for many years now, and so that's kind of all baked into their general planning process. So rest assured that there is capacity in there, and they will continue to build out that capacity as well. And I just wanted to thank everyone else for being here and for providing comment, and thank you all again to the council for having us.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Discuss establishing a recreation program.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor.
I
I'm sorry.
apologize. Yeah, go
Yep.
ahead.
I had a couple more questions, and a comment. The opt-out program, I know that what happened was the company or the organization prior to, what was the name of the company prior to Central Coast Energy or Community Engineer? Or what was the name of the company?
Monterey Bay Community Power. It is the
Okay.
same company. It's the exact same company. There's no
Okay, so
difference.
when Monterey Bay Power showed up and they started using PG&E's power lines to provide power to San Juan, we couldn't stay with PG&E unless we opt out with that power company. And I discussed this with Councilman Freeman in the past, and I thought that was a dirty trick. Personally, I know a lot of people probably don't even know that they're not with PG&E anymore. tankless water heaters, not all new construction have tankless gas water heaters. Matter of fact, I looked at putting one in, but it would have cost too much money for me, so I never went with it. Some misconceptions about solar, and I love solar. I use it on our travel trailer all the time. I have it. I've used it numerous times. If you don't have battery backup, and the power goes out, you don't have power. It doesn't supply the house. So without the battery backups. And I learned that just a little while ago. I was surprised to hear that. And then I asked in my earlier comments or questions to the city manager if PG&E was invited to this conversation.
PG&E was not invited, nor were they intentionally left out.
Okay.
Scott,
So they,
here's a reminder.
hang on, sorry. I'm
Take
getting,
my blood pressure medication.
okay, so they were not invited. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again, Kevin. And Myra and Farhad.
Thank you so
Uh,
much. Good night.
And I apologize, before we go on, can we take a quick 5-minute break? Thank you. Please sit by.
I didn't realize that.
I'm the only one who does. Thank you very much. Welcome back all. 6B, discuss establishing a recreation program. City manager?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the city council. This item is being brought back to you after our mid-year budget adjustments, where the staff had presented the possibility of starting a recreation program, assuming that we had the financial resources to do so. And our mid-year budget showed a significant savings, especially in the general fund where recreation programs are usually paid for. And so we're moving forward. We brought back tonight a sample job description, but also an important body of work that our Economic Development Citizens Advisory Committee has done. And we have Kim Calumet here, who's the chair of the Community Relations and Resources Subcommittee, to report on the great community engagements they've had around the topic of recreation. It's a very important movement. I think within our community, there's a lot of desire to explore that further. And in a minute, I'll let Kim go into detail on that. I just wanted to explain how we got to this idea. In the prior budget, the city set money aside to put fencing in and get into a joint use agreement with San Juan School, which would make a lot of recreational facilities accessible to our city residents when school is not in session, basketball and other sports, hopefully track someday. We're also actively moving on this community hall acoustic study, although you don't see any action. We have an RFP finally that Carl Bajarki, project manager, has been working on to move forward. So that would also expand, maybe reinitiate the meals program and other daytime uses of that facility, make it available during the summer to our community for recreation purposes. So there's potential for growth, and there's in general, we brought on board Citygate to provide an overall organizational study of our city. And I provided for the council's information a summary of personnel changes with the adopted budget, showing what positions were approved and what positions were deleted. And that includes maintaining 30 hours per week for code enforcement and 30 hours per week for library lead tech. I know some members of the council had questions about those positions. Happy to talk about that in more detail as the staff report does provide detail on those two matters. But basically, those are presented to state that the creation of a rec position was the only item not addressed on that list today. So we're here to talk about that, and I wanted to first allow Kim to talk about her adventure into recreation and her professional background. And I just think that her annual report is excellent, and we'll let you do that, Kim, and we'll go from there.
Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. My name is Kim Callum. and I live in SJB. I live over in Copperleaf. I'm a volunteer and part of the Economic Development Committee. Economic Development Citizens Act Advisory Committee. All right. EdCAC. I chair a subcommittee. We have 3 committees as part of that larger body, and my committee is Community Relations and Resources. And so we kind of went the direction of recreation. I want to introduce the folks that work with me on that. Teresa Lavanino, Darlene Boyd is on Zoom, and so is Stephanie Correa. Stephanie started out with my committee and worked through the engagement meetings with us all. And she now is the chair of EdCAC. So Darlene came onto my committee, and we're trying to move forward. So I want to take you through the process a little bit that we went through. I am in recreation. That's what I do for a living. I work for Santa Clara County. I've been in recreation my whole life. I've benefited from it a great deal. I've watched people be positively impacted by recreation, and it's just so exciting for all of us to have this as a potential opportunity for San Juan Bautista. So our focus has been to facilitate a community-driven process, to develop a community recreation program in our city. So to gauge interest, we developed a public engagement process that involved residents, businesses, city leadership, school district, representatives of existing recreation programs, including profit and for-profit and nonprofit, as well as we had some residents from neighboring communities just to see what we were up to. We have in our 3 engagement meetings, we probably had almost 60 people show up. Not everybody was there every meeting, so we had a nice group of people every time that could bring us new information and new ideas. So this grassroots program is kind of, we kind of put it into 3 phases, and it's called Dream, Develop, and then Deliver. So our community engagement process, was pretty much our dream phase. Okay, so we did surveys, we created big ideas, we put posters on the wall and created all the things that people wanted in recreation in our small city. That though, we thought, we really thought as a committee that after this first meeting, we'll get some direction where to go. We're gonna kind of weed it down to what we can really do in this city. Well, we might be a small community, but we want everything recreation. And so it'll be fun. We have a lot of excitement, a lot of people that are willing to volunteer their time. We're a heavy volunteer community as it is, and we want to take advantage of that. We want to create a volunteer formal department. We want to work with people that are in existing programs, and it's just going to take a little work. For our final meeting in January, it was January 19th this year. We discussed focus group questions. So we picked a number of questions like, how do we deal with social equity? What are strategic funding ideas? What are our priorities? Who do we serve? Or do we serve everybody? So we went through all of those kind of discussions and came up with some pretty good ideas. So with that, we kind of started creeping into the development phase. And to do that, we are creating 3 task forces that are subcommittees of EdCAC, basically. And so one of them will be a programming task force, and that will be led by Teresa. And Darlene Boyd will lead our strategic funding committee. She loves finding funding and loves to go about those processes. Teresa, you guys know that she raised money for that track. She's involved in active transportation. She's been involved in pickleball. I think we're making her be the assistant chair of our committee. In between her trips to Hawaii and back, it's really a rough life for her. But these task forces are going to be so important to us because this is the developed part. This is the time that we really need to get down and dirty. I will work with city leadership to work through some administrative processes some waivers, you know, all the things that we need to start up a program. So, and I will also work with them on their committees as well. So since we have that structure in place, we're now recruiting folks. And so we have some people that we've shoulder tapped, some people that have expressed interest for the programming committee. For each of these task force, we probably want 8 or 10 people that have the bandwidth to do a little work, because it's work that we need to knuckle down and get busy if we want to realize this. So we'll be putting out a letter pretty soon. That's a recruitment letter to folks that have been to our meetings, to anybody else in the community that is interested. We've had good support from the community. Heidi helped us get out words to everybody and help us market our meetings and promote our community engagement meetings. Michelle LaForge at VFW gave us that space free, and vets that were volunteers came and unlocked the doors and let us in and out. Sometimes we went and got them, but it worked. So it's been a neat community process, and we want to keep it going as a grassroots community process, and really take what the community has done and build on it. Work with people that are in nonprofits, work with people that are for profits. How can we make everybody be able to do what they need to do and serve our community? Because we need recreation here. Recreation improves the quality of life. You know, I know water does, and I know electricity does too, but it's not near as fun. Right? So for the kids, we need activities. We need positive things for the kids to do. We need skill building things for the kids. We need career path opportunities for the teens. We need a teen council. We need senior programs. We need active programs for seniors. We need passive programs for seniors. We need to give them those opportunities to be social. And for adults, well, you know, we have work-life balance issues always, right? Those of us that are still working full-time, you got to find that time to play. And they need those opportunities too, whether it's a league or whether it's a quilting club or a walking club or whatever we can do. The other thing that is important to us is that we find a way, and Don mentioned funding a little bit, to find a way for us to be sustainable, for us not to have to compete against really essential services like police and fire. So we want to find a myriad of strategies through sponsorships and partnerships and grants and, you know, somebody's rich uncle, whoever we can get to help us, you know, put together a package that won't drain our community. We're a small community, just over 2,000 people, and it's hard. It's difficult to find models for community recreation programs. It is difficult, but to me, that's an opportunity. You know, it's an opportunity to create something unique to us, to use our human resources, because we have a lot of good people that are good resources in this community, and take off with it and grow with it and let it fly. You know, I know that you guys have a lot to manage with growth right now. It feels like we're on the edge of something right now. There's a lot going on in our little city. We know there's other issues that are important and that will compete for funding. Community recreation programs, they absolutely will. It's a given. They will improve the quality of life in San Juan Bautista, and it will have a positive impact on the health and wellness of our residents, provide opportunities for socialization, engage community through arts, sports, STEM and STEAM programs, camps, outdoor recreation, fitness programs. I could go on and on. I had to make notes because I can talk about recreation. You guys would all be, you know, asleep. Because, you know, it's important to me. I see what it has done for different communities, and it really doesn't really eliminate anybody. Parks and recreation can serve everybody in some way, in a community with varied interests. So I think it's a good place. I'm happy that you guys have been talking about it before we even started this effort, but right now, remember that we're in the development stage, so we want to work more with you guys. I appreciate your support. A lot of you have been to the meetings, but it's time to get down and dirty and see what our barriers are as we go through things and try to work through them, including funding issues and You know, how do we get started? What are our priorities? And how can we work with the school district to do more? Maybe an adult life enrichment classes out there, a community school program. There's a lot of opportunity. So we did a report. I think that report is in your packet. It will provide you the results of our survey. It was an informal survey. You can tell by looking at it. You know, we made up the questions. We didn't hire a contractor. We're just not there. Our focus group discussions were really important to us. We got a lot of good feedback, and you'll see that in there. You may see some things that have been said twice, and that's because several people said them in different groups, okay? For folks that want to support this process, if you want to be part of the task force, I would encourage you to contact Brian Fouch, our assistant city manager and our liaison for EdCAC, and let him know what your interest is. He'll get a hold of us and we'll contact you because we want to get these meetings going fairly soon. For the program committee, we feel like we can develop and deliver at the same time. So one of the goals that the programming committee has is to do a full inventory of everything that's going to happen this summer. I'm going to keep hitting that because I talk with my hands. I'm sorry. But to do a full inventory of what's going on and actually pull those together and call them community recreation. We might not have an internal structure built, but let's just get some awareness out there through an e-blast. Let everybody know, hey, we got some stuff going on. We're working towards it. The other thing we want to do is work with the school district. We want the kids to do an art contest about their favorite recreation. That will develop some artwork for us to use for flyers too, right? And we want to work with high school students to maybe develop a tagline. You know, you'll see in my report a tagline that Cupertino uses, Parks Makes Life Better. You know, there's all sorts of taglines out there, but I think a graphics art class could really design us a logo and you know, maybe some artwork and a tagline and get them involved in this process as well. So if you can't tell, all of us are very excited about this. We really are. We have a lot of energy for it. And we want to keep things moving. I know there was processes in the past that just didn't get finished, you know, and I have no intention of letting that happen. We might need to start small, and we may only get this big, you know, we may not be a huge recreation. We don't really look to do that. I don't really look at recreation department doing a lot of events. We have several groups doing events right now, you know, and so not a priority for me right now. Let's get some programs out there and let's get some activities for the seniors. Let's get some things going for the kids and adults. So that's kind of where we're at right now. Our next steps are listed in the report. We have a lot of ideas. We've divided those up into task force themes. And so we'll work to collaborate with folks and research and develop a process. That's all.
Thank you very much. This is, the EDCAC has been around for just a little over a year now. And thank you for being the first group to present to the council. I think this is the intention of what the EDCAC was when it was in its infancy, was to develop programs like this. I super appreciate your enthusiasm and the work that your whole entire group is doing. Simply amazing. Questions, comments, concerns from the council, Councilmember Friels.
Thank you so much for this presentation. I have to say I'm I'm incredibly impressed by how much work you've done in such a short period of time. Man, I could rack my brain for hours and not have any more to add to this. I'm so happy that you're involving our seniors. I know that we're trying to get a program started. You know, growing up in San Juan, we had, you know, Little League, and which wasn't affiliated with Little League. It was just baseball and, you know, roller skating at the community center and, you know, some other events. But most of the time it was just, you know, building forts and having rock fights as a kid, you know, so this is great. Thank you so much for your energy and your work. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Uh, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you for heading this up and providing the really needed leadership that both you and Teresa really work on so well. We've been working on this for about a year now, or maybe less than a year, but it's really taken shape well, because we worked on it before or in small pieces, and we made improvements, but it never really became a big thing. So building on some of those small improvements that Teresa done a lot of and things, we can take it to the next level, and I'm really excited about that. Thank you.
You're welcome. I think our timing is good. I think all of it's coming together at the same time.
Absolutely. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. And I think it really goes to show when this is what you do for a living and you're willing to give back to your community. I really appreciate that. And just like Councilman Creel said, at one time we had roller rink, and that's coming back again. You know, we had some things in the past, and I really don't know why they went away, but it's time, you know, COVID has been lifted. It's time to get the community out. And on my platform for my campaign, I did say how I really appreciate, we need to appreciate the young and the old in our community, because they are our living resources, and we need to do something for them. So thank you for your effort and your enthusiasm.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
Again, thank you so much for, like everybody's saying, all the energy. I'm excited to see how this is taking shape from that meeting that I was invited to, that my wife and I attended, the community engagement meeting. How, you know, Post-it notes on a wall turned into an entire presentation and a plan. Awesome. And still, when it's time for STEM and STEAM things,
Robotics.
I'm your guy.
Yeah, I got that.
What I've 26 years now is what I've been involved in.
Very good. And we were gonna shoulder tap Michelle, and then you guys stole her.
I'm sure there's a little bit of volunteerism left in her. Okay, go ahead.
All right, I want to thank Teresa back there. She's a home girl. We grew up together. We roller skated, fell down a lot. So thanks, Teresa, for coming back home.
Yeah, the knowledge of everybody else on my committee, because I've been here 3 years. So that knowledge of people and the connections and who does what. Darlene helped me work with writing a grant because she had that history that I don't have. And Teresa has that history. Stephanie and Mrs. B has that history. And so it's been so helpful for me.
Yeah, amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you. Zoom comments. Questions.
Are there any members of the public via Zoom that wish to make a public comment? If you can please raise your hand. Being none, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments from chambers?
I didn't receive any speaker cards. Unless somebody wishes to make a public comment, they can welcome to the podium. Seeing none.
Thank you. City manager.
With the council's concurrence, we attached a draft job description that Tim and I both reviewed. A recreation assistant part-time position. I'd like with the council's approval to bring that back for adoption at the next council meeting so we can start recruitment.
So that place. Thank you very much for that. Sorry about it. Okay, any other questions, comments?
Leslie, I will add that I think that list of next steps, I think it's on page 12. 12 or 14, it's right in there.
Page 12.
So these are, ideas.
Yeah, I love it. I'm thrilled that there's that collaboration with the schools. We have had progressing with our partnerships actively with our partnerships. Both on the city level and the our surrounding partners around City Hall. And to start with a brand new superintendent, a brand new principal at the grammar school and a brand new recreation program and a brand new seniors program. Amazing. Thank you. So do I have, are we okay with bringing this job description back at a later date? Questions, comments, concerns from, I have a thumbs up from
Absolutely.
council member Friels. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bringing it back, but I also have a comment because part of what's included or embedded in this on the very second page is personnel changes. So Madam Mayor, are we discussing that tonight? Are we addressing that?
It is part of this, so, I mean, it's written down. If you want to bring something else up, 1 second though, if, charging staff to bringing this back as a first reading or a draft or, to the council at the next council meeting, the job description, please, and thank you.
Yeah, direction to do that would be appropriate, but I don't think really we should get into the discussion of it because it's not really on the agenda.
But it is written in our
It
package.
is in the packet,
And
yeah.
it's been left out of, so anything that I would conclude or comment on is not really transparent for public. Because this has been provided to you to look and review prior to this meeting, sir. So how do you want to handle that? No, not the job description, the other issue of personnel changes.
Right.
It was,
Yeah. Personal note, no one would know that you're gonna discuss first.
well, I mean, it's available to the public and we've been given it here at our dais.
This is page 2 of the staff report.
Yeah, it's 6B, page 2. It doesn't really correlate with the discussion item, but it is included in our packet.
So the reason that's included, Councilmember, I'm happy to talk about it more. I offered to talk about it when I did my presentation. That's why I put it in there, because the question is organizational capacity. And right now, the code enforcement officer in parentheses reports to me, and the lead library tech reports to me. And if we add another part-time position, it will report to me as well. And so the question is, and this is why we hired Citygate, was to help us with our organizational development and to come back, and we have scheduled a full-day workshop on April 14th to talk about things like this organizational development before we get into our budget for next year. But, I'm happy to review any of the comments on page 2 if you'd like to. If it's in the packet, I think it's eligible for discussion.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. We have affirmation that we can. Go ahead. Yes, you brought it up.
Okay. So referring to page 2, item 6B, personnel changes. Yes, we did have Citygate that came in for the public. I don't know if you all had a chance to go to the packet on the website. So this is very significant, I feel, because COVID, as you know, statewide, local-wide, countywide, citywide has now been terminated as an emergency status. We no longer have to deal with that. So the rationale that I'm reading here for the increase in hours for our code enforcer, Mr. Rich Brown, and also for the library tech has been increased by 10 hours. One of the, so that makes it from 20 to 30 hours non-benefited position. So for me personally, when I go back and I look at our ClearGov website and I look at what the fines have been collected by our current code enforcement efforts, they've been less than 1%. So for me, I do the math and I'm like, why are we willing to give 10 extra hours to a position that we no longer, as we know, COVID's been lifted, but also the productivity of that. And I also had to listen and was taken aback by public comment this evening by Miss Elia Salinas with her concerns and alleged complaints or observations, occurrences, whatever you want to call them. At this point, for me, they're alleged, but they're important enough that I'm taking notice of that. And I have to admit that I've also heard other things from constituents. And I think this is the time that we need to really look at that in terms of this request for an increase in hours. Because if we have such vocal complaints brought publicly to us, we owe the community and the responsibility of all of us sitting here to do some investigation before we can just say, okay, we're going to co-sign 10 more hours to this position or this individual. For me, it's very important. As far as the library tech, I think she does have assistance. I'm not sure because she's no longer, is she required to be a public information officer now that we have.
Point of order. What we're talking about recreation. I know you drug this in, but we'll
No, I
talk
didn't
about,
drag it
we'll
in.
talk about it under,
If-
we'll talk about it under D. When we get to D, we're still on.
No,
We're on 6B and
D.
this
Thank
is,
you.
this is
So-
page 2, personnel changes.
I'm looking at page 2.
Thank you both very much. Councilmember Lopez, continue, please.
Okay. So it's the second item, co-council member Freeman, no offense intended, but it's here, okay, it's in black and white for all of us to see. So,
Thank you.
no, it's
Council member, can you please continue?
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I have concerns about increasing these positions to 30 hours. And I have great concern about what was presented to me publicly. And I can't move forward, even at a discussion. I think if this is worth discussing, that we need to really look into this.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, comments, concerns on that? Councilmember Sabathia?
Yes. Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Sound is not traveling through the mask. Hopefully I'm good for these few seconds.
You're good.
Don't want to go under again. It was a horrible experience. So as I'm looking through this, the personnel changes are listed under item 6B. I'm staring at the page right now.
Mhm.
Personnel changes, item 6B for this meeting. They may not be in the right place, but this is where they are. Okay. It's the first thing on that page, which
It
I did
is.
read it, and I thought it should have been somewhere else, and then, but this is where it is, so it's appropriate to discuss it now. Curious how these figures were arrived at, and how, if there's some more analysis that we can look at and examine if we're asked to approve them. I also am concerned with the perceptions of what's going on. I think for a somebody who's employed in the city, code enforcement, library, whoever, you know, how they're working with the public and how their work is perceived by the public, who it's important to me. And so whether that's us clearing that up through however we can and getting information out, but just understanding, just seeing the light on them there, I need to see some more justification to understand how we arrived at those figures for those things. What? Yep.
Sorry, these were adopted June 14th, 2022. This list is an excerpt from the PDF. That is our budget right now. They're not being presented for adoption tonight. This is part of the background to the staff report. So I just want to be clear.
Understood.
That we're not asking you to go through every bullet here, justify or not. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Continue, Councilmember Sabathia.
Sorry, I lost my.
Go ahead.
So have some of these line items, like you said, this is from an older report, have some of these items already been enacted or acted upon?
They've all been enacted except the recreation position.
Okay, understood. Thank you. That was my last question.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels?
I'm excuse me, I'm a little confused as what's going on here. We were just talking about the recreation program, and then we went to, how are we talking about code enforcement?
It's on page 2 of 6B,
Okay, I see that.
personnel changes. It was what is being discussed is the establishment of a recreation program. This portion was included in the packet, so this portion can be discussed. And a council member had a question on it, so we are now discussing it. Whether it should be in this portion or not is debatable. Part of it is justification for the community services coordinator, which is bullet point 7 under personnel changes. Something that we had discussed last year. So it was just brought up in light of a conversation earlier.
Okay.
So if you wish to have a comment about it, have that.
Well, we did approve the recreation director, right?
Correct.
That was last year.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Freeman.
Yes, thank you. I really don't like the way this is being handled right now. We should be continuing to talk about recreation. Robert's Rules of Orders and agenda exists to focus our attention on certain items. The certain item we are focused now is recreation, not code enforcement or this or that, or who does what. That's not what we're here to talk about. We might be here to talk about that under a different agenda number or a different agenda item, and that's fine. But I want to talk about recreation. I want to talk about my personal support for a recreation coordinator. Way back in 2014, before I was even on this council, I recommended with Councilman Friel's lovely wife that we have a part-time PIO and recreation coordinator at that time, because I felt the two huge things that were missing in our city at that time was ability to understand what was going on and recreational programs. So I've been passionate about this for a long time. Irregardless of whoever's code enforcement, whatever's code enforcement, what, all that is extra and should not be discussed now, because we are talking about recreation. And I want to get this council focused again on recreation. Then we can focus later on those other subjects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the recreation program is phenomenal. I also agree that this was in the packet and can be discussed at this point because it's under this topic of 6B. We can move this discussion item for a future council meeting and go more into detail about it. There are some questions that it seems that we all have, or some of us have, but to get us back onto a positive note. Thank you very much, Kim. Thank you to your committee, and we look forward to really good things from you. City manager, if you will please bring back at the next meeting a job description for us to discuss. Thank you. We're going to bring it back for discussion to approve the job description at a later date. That's these are discussion items, not action items, so we cannot take action on this evening. Thank you very much. Discussion item 6C, discuss changing the zoning code section 11-04-110 regarding large retail, formula retail, and formula visitor accommodations.
Thank you, Mayor. The report before you was requested by the council. Two council members agreed to bring this back to revisit what's known as our policy on formula retail, large retail, and formula visitor accommodations. It's section 11-04-110 of our zoning code. And I provided a brief history of that beginning back in 2007, 2008. And I attached an article from an interesting organization, a nonprofit called the Institute Local Self-Reliance. When you look at the articles that they reference in their bibliography, it sounds a lot like San Juan Bautista. It talks about Jersey City, a policy fosters local independent businesses. There's another article, independent retail recommendations for formula retail zoning in East Village. San Francisco formula retail economic analysis. It basically limits the cookie cutter restaurant establishments and coffee shops and others that pop up in stores all up and down the 101 and other corridors in our communities, and tries to keep our city feeling unique and special. And that was the purpose, I believe, in 2008 when this was adopted. And then we got into a discussion with the gas station over a 24-hour mini mart at the Arco, and whether or not that was a unique business, and there was a threat of a large lawsuit coming against the city retail ordinance. And so at one point in 2014, the ordinance was rescinded, but then later that fall, it was reestablished. So, and I think to the betterment of the city, honestly, to prefer Vertigo versus Starbucks, I don't want to take a side, but I know which one I prefer. So having said that, we do have a few businesses that would benefit our city. And so the two council members asked to bring forward this matter to talk about a possible exception to the rule, especially being that in the way of hotels and encouraging more hotels to locate in our city. And the idea of a pharmacy or a bank being excluded from the retail formula calculation. And so I left the discussion with three questions. Does the city want to change the existing ordinance? How and for what purposes? If so, would that be permanently or maybe a limited time, like you would have a moratorium to allow new hotels to consider locating here? What is the best way to change the ordinance to avoid the threat of legal challenges like the one that occurred in 2014? So that's the background and the legal framework of our current section zoning code 11-4-110. And I'll leave it to the council and the community to have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Friels.
Yeah, I apologize for not being at the last meeting, and I'm a little behind the curve on this one. We used to have a bank. At one point we had two. Years ago we had a drugstore or a pharmacy. For the city manager, were those after the bank closed, were they excluded from anything in town?
I'm not aware, I've only been here 3 years, but I'm not aware that any new banks have asked to locate here. Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe the council understands that better than I do. But the law does not prohibit a bank from locating in the city now.
Okay. So we're talking about, but we're discussing banks, hotels, and specifically we're talking about banks, hotels, and pharmacies. Is that correct? I'm sorry, I might be a little confused about what's going on here. I apologize.
The idea is to encourage those businesses to locate in our city by making them exempt from this policy or not subject to the conditional use requirements, for example, and just trying to invite those three business types to our city because we lack at least banking and pharmacy services at this time.
Okay,
That's my
okay.
understanding, council. You can correct me.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. And then as far as hotels, I mean, I don't know what type of hotel we can, I always thought hotels were a certain height and all that kind of stuff. We only have we can only go 65 feet. So I'm not sure. I guess I'm a little confused about that. And all we're talking about is these 3 businesses. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was what staff was asked to bring forward.
Okay. And so the concerns expressed at the city council meetings were from the city council?
So if I can interject here for a second, this was brought up at the end of last month's city council meeting for topics of discussion at the next meeting. And one of the topics of discussion to bring forward to this meeting is formula retail. There has been no discussion about it. This is the first that we are all hearing about it. So we're in the same boat as you.
Okay, so formula retail is kind of a broad stroke. I guess that's the part that's confusing me. We're talking about formula retail, but are we only talking about 3 specific types of businesses, period?
Yeah.
I'm getting odds. Yes. Okay. Okay. That's all I wanted to know.
I'd be happy to read the definition of formula retail.
No, I did read the definition of that. I'm looking at formula retail, and that could be anything from a Target to a Starbucks to, to a mom and pop grocery store. So that's why I'm making sure we're only talking about 3 specific businesses. Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. So that's why I was one of the people who requested this, and that's why I brought it up, because I did not, let me repeat this one more time. I did not want anyone thinking that I want a Starbucks or I want a Taco Bell or a Wendy's or an Applebee's or anything else like that to compete against our prized businesses and valuable businesses. But I do think there are holes in San Juan for what I call personal services and business services. Obviously, when Union Bank left, that was a substantial hole. So I would like to encourage, because when people, real estate agents, commercial real estate agents like John McCormick and all these people, when they look at that they just think we're anti-business, and they tell everybody else, their clients, their corporate clients, no, don't go there. We'll get you somewhere else in Hollister or something like that. So we don't ever have a shot at having a bank that we might need. Okay. And the other thing that made me do this is the Leal Hotel is for sale. And the city manager told me personally that one of the potential buyers for the hotel was considered flaky by both Frank Leal and everybody else who met him. And that reminded me of what was there before the Leal Hotel. Some of us were here back then. Remember, the San Juan Inn was a horrible place. Yes, it was family owned. So what? No one stayed there. When you have rats, rodents, cockroaches, mold on the walls, you don't want to stay there. No one wants to stay there. You have friends visiting for whatever reason, your birthday, Christmas, Easter, name the holiday. You don't want friends staying there. We had conferences here all the time and places. The people who organized the conferences, what did they tell their people? And this was before Hollister had their 2 new hotels. Okay, this was considerable time ago. What did they tell their people who were attending the conferences? Oh, go up to the Gilroy Garden Hotel. Okay. And at that time, the Posada was not what it is today. So things were bad. With the Leal Hotel for sale, I do not want to see it slip back to where it was. And this can occur with undercapitalized family ventures. And we have to admit that upfront. That is part of the danger. With restaurants, they kind of go under quickly, or retail stores, they go under quickly, but that hotel stuck around for 30 years and it was awful. And when Leal turned it into the beautiful hotel it is now, he rebuilt it from the ground up, almost I think he took it to the foundation. I'm not quite certain if there was any timbers left in there, but framing, but the exterior walls were completely redone. The interior was completely redone. If anyone's been in the hotel, the Leal Hotel, they know it's beautiful. I want to keep it that way. And there's just a possibility that one of the lesser Marriotts or Fairmonts can do that better than an undercapitalized private family. And you know, and the fact that Mr. Leal wants to sell it is kind of showing us that either his business model is flawed, which it might be, or for whatever reason, he's not getting enough money. So I want to be really specific, you know. I threw pharmacies in because we don't have a pharmacy and we need one. We have an aging population. When I first moved here, I didn't need a pharmacy. I do now. I know, but still, I have to drive to Gilroy or Hollister to get prescriptions filled. So and there are people in this town who don't have the ability to just hop on it in their car and go to Hollister. They have to rely on the LTL dial-a-ride service, and that's very, very ineffective and very time consuming. It takes them all day to get a prescription if they have to go to Hollister or to Gilroy or something like that. And so I'm trying to be very clear here. I'm trying to be very, very, very supportive of all local San Juan businesses. But there's not a local San Juan bank, and there never will be. You know, the banking troubles are right now reverberating through the economy, and it's only going to make the smaller banks go away and the big banks get bigger. And that's unfortunately the truth. And pharmacies, there's no small pharmacies anymore. There's no Rexall corner drugstore. That's all 50 years ago. I hate to tell you this, it's all 50 years ago. You know, so now you get your legal drugs at Walgreens or Rite Aid or wherever else. That's really all I have to say. I'm not trying to change the tenor of the town or the tone of the town. I'm trying to make it a little bit better. And I'm trying to make sure our beautiful hotel stays really good, because we had it bad for at least Frank didn't, I don't think Frank took it over until like 2013, 14. Do you remember, Chris, what year it was? Yeah. So I had 12 years of a lousy hotel that I couldn't put up my friends or my family, you know. It was not good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
I politely request that you maybe go to Councilmember Sabathia, since he was the second council member to endorse this discussion.
Okay. Councilmember Sabathia.
I like not going last. So this topic is very, very interesting to me. From when I think about our town and think about the ways it could grow and be sustainable, that thought is never for growing the town in size, but growing in terms of economic development. And so this is very, very intriguing and interesting, and I think important for me specifically. And when you look at what and looking at not just what I need, what constituents need, being able to pick up, yes, there are mail order services. I'm a loyal servant of Amazon, so I love ordering things online, but sometimes you just need stuff right now. And man, medicine is one of those things. And when our population needs those things, they should be able to get them in a matter of minutes. We talk about a walkable town, people should be able to walk and get medicine. So us not having a pharmacy, and I am not talking about Walgreens, drugstore, CVS, bigger things like that. I'm talking about filling medical prescriptions here in town. It's important to me that people be able to do that post haste. So I understand some things may not be specifically excluded, but doing things that we can to encourage those businesses to me seems pretty important. And so when we're looking at, painting a really specific box around an exemption, these three things seem important in terms of, not having a bank here, right? As recent as 5 or 6 years ago, when my mother was still alive, still just looked at me crazy when I put money in an ATM. It's like, it's gone, right? So being able to bank in person, close up for the population, super important. And then same thing with the hotel. Before Michelle and I even thought about moving here, we got married at Leal, and we stayed at the Hacienda. So that place and it was really nice. And I'd love for it to stay that way. And if there's something we can do to encourage the type of buyer who would keep it nice to come here, I would love for us to do that. Those are my thoughts. Very specifically, painting an exemption to encourage some economic development and fill gaps and fill needs in town.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you. I don't remember the Mission Inn. I apologize, I don't remember that. But I do remember Posada had their issues. They were actually on a national TV show. And there's always hope to turn things around. So I think jumping to or making assuming assumptions, what they say about them. That maybe this person that you had referred to that wants to buy the Hacienda, you got to give people credit. You don't know that is what the outcome will be. Yes, I grew up here at one time when we had a small pharmacy in town that was on the main drag where Sweet Pea Antiques are. And it was a offshoot to a local small run family pharmacy, Rexall, and all the parents and the children. I went to school with the kids at Sacred Heart, and they became pharmacists like their mom and dad and their older sister. And they were in town, and they were kind of like a variety store. If you needed a last minute baby gift, shower gift or something, makeup, whatever, they were there. The bank was here. There were a couple of banks here. There was Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and I think someone said Union Bank. The thing about that is that we had a booming economy that was driven and supported by our local men and sons working at Ideal Cement Plant. That went away, okay, and a lot of the people went away. And so those businesses dried up and went away. The buildings that those places were housed in are no longer available. The bank is now an antique store. The pharmacy is now an antique store. So my thing is, where will you put these? And if you say they're specifically for 3 types of businesses to provide convenience for our local people, once again, we're in the 21st century. I have an 86-year-old mom. We share a home, and she's on her computer, does all of her bill paying, and deposits are direct from her retirement and whatnot, and she pays her bills. So I'm kind of thinking that, yeah, it's a nice idea to be convenient to have those things. But once again, you're going to have to put them somewhere. We're going to have to think about building. And we are in the 21st century. I think if you tag on to, so that the hotel, I think you've got the right client, vet the right ownership. I don't think just going to Hyatt or Hampton or Hilton really fits in with our community. Vet the right boutique type of owner type hospitality. The other thing with a bank, where are we going to put the bank? And like people do stuff online. 86-year-olds are capable, The other thing with the pharmacy, there's mail order drugs. you know, a lot of seniors, my mom included, I can only speak to her because that's my example, is they have supplemental insurance through their Medicare or their retirement plan. And immediately they want these seniors to sign up for mail order. You know, you get a cheaper rate for 90-day supply. My mom picked up her home delivery with her inhaler. It came to the house today. And the other thing is that with a pharmacy, and I'm in the medical field, I'm going to say this. How are we going to keep things safe if you have in stock, you know, controlled substances? We don't have police here. I mean, that's just one thing I think about. Okay. It's a crazy world out there today. I think it would be nice if you tied in with the senior agency that's blooming right now. Maybe they would have a drop off, like what Council Member Sabathia said, filling a prescription, you know, maybe tying in with the senior services to pick up the prescriptions, deliver something of the sort. But a freestanding pharmacy, I really don't see that happening. Bank, that would be nice, but it's 21st century. People bank online of all ages. Where would you put the bank? Hotel, it's a beautiful hotel. I think it should remain boutique. I think it should remain a smaller owner. But vetting is what we have as a city that we can vet. Okay, we have far too many things on Main Street that, you know, my opinion only, and I've heard it from others. Vetting what kind of businesses want to come in. I agree. Economic development, what services our community. Okay, too many of one thing may not. That's all I have to say. I think we have to be careful with this one.
Thank you very much. Vetting is huge, something that we haven't done or do currently. I appreciate all of the council comments. You mentioned in the very beginning that we had this in place, and then for fear of lawsuit, we changed our ordinances and then and allowed certain things to come in. And then we went back to banning everything. If there's an ordinance in place, everybody can sue, anybody can sue anyone at any time. But what precludes having a tight ordinance in place, or even allowing very specific developments in bank, farm, and hotels? What stops anybody else from saying, well, you're allowing those, why won't you allow me? Are we opening a can of worms with that? And that could be a rhetorical question for to come back to. If we were afraid of a lawsuit when we had what could have been an ironclad ordinance, but we changed it because of fear of a lawsuit. I don't know. I agree with Councilmember Morris Lopez that we need to be very careful on what we do and why we're choosing what we're choosing. And I appreciate everything that Mayor Pro Tem Freeman and Councilmember Sabathia said about why to have what we're choosing. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom?
Is there any member of the public via Zoom that wishes to make a comment? Please raise your hand. There we have 2 hands raised.
Thank you very much.
Hi, this
Hi,
is
Margot.
Margot
Welcome.
Tankersley. Hi, I agree with Councilperson Morris Lopez. I believe if we let these 3 entities in, we're just opening the gate for more. We're unique small businesses in San Juan. We do not need franchises, big box retail, and I know that's not part of the 3, but the hospitality and the lodging, I believe we should keep it to unique small businesses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any others?
Yes, Ms. Boyle. Boyle. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Welcome, Darlene.
Yes, yeah, I want to speak to tourism, which is something that comes from the economic development perspective. That is a huge thing. We do not have enough places for hospitality, even if we fill up Posada and the Layal. We will make a lot more money if you want to look at economic development, not just in TOT taxes, but in tourists actually staying here as a regional place to hopping off place for a lot of other things in this county and this region. So you want to look at how you can best expand your hospitality rooms for guests. This doesn't just include families, this includes people that want to come and stay to here. The other thing is with the San Benito Health Foundation possibly coming in, we can look at doing pharmacy pickups through them too, if that's another possibility, since they are in the medical field. So I'm just trying to brainstorm some things, but I do know that hospitality is a big thing for a town like ours. So, you know, I look at the fact that Mr. Leal is having a hard time selling his property because he can't find a buyer. And, you know, I'd like to see us be able to sustain our tourism business a lot better. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question, do we have anybody else on Zoom?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Comment from chambers?
My name is Patricia Banks, and I think that from some of the viewpoints I'm hearing, we're missing a big picture. When the bank left, it was devastating to businesses, to the seniors. They couldn't just jump in their car and run to Hollister to a bank. I even reached out to the president of the bank and asked him what was the rationale for you taking the one and only financial institution from our town. And they said they weren't making money. Right. Okay. You can do a lot of things online, but you can't get change online. We're businesses. We struggle. And when we need change, we have to go to Hollister, to a bank, to get change for our businesses, for whatever few customers we do get. So we need to think a little bit outside this bubble and think about the well-being of our community. Our seniors need banking. Our businesses need banking. Our community needs banking. And whatever you do about a hotel or a pharmacy, these are necessities to keep a viable community alive.
Thank you very much.
Evening, Chris Martorana. I think I want to start by saying there is no franchise ban in the city of San Juan Bautista. If you read the information before you, it does not say they cannot come here. It says that they have to meet certain criteria. One of which is if they have to meet an unmet need of the community. So a hotel chain, for instance, there's clearly demand for more than one hotel. So them coming and taking over that business, they would meet that requirement, presumably. The other issues deal mostly with design criteria fitting in with the character of the community. And that's really up to you guys in the planning commission to develop rules and regulations. I've been very fortunate in my life to travel quite a bit. I've been to most of the United States. I've been to many countries overseas. One of the most beautiful cities I've ever seen was Innsbruck, Austria. And I took the most fabulous picture of this amazing Rococo facade in downtown Innsbruck. It happened to be a McDonald's. There's no reason we can't force them to make it look the way we want it to look. And I'm not suggesting that we entice a McDonald's. I agree with John wholeheartedly. However, I have also lived in other places. I lived in Annapolis, Maryland, the capital of the state of Maryland. I lived in Annapolis for a couple of years. There are no chain restaurants in the capital city of the state of Maryland. I think that these regulations, these strict regulations, should apply primarily to food outlets, restaurants. But I think I agree with John that the way the law is written currently is basically causing any business owner to just walk away and not even consider coming here. And so I think that the change to the regulation should be to make it apply to food service operations and not necessarily other types of operations. Worrying about big box retail is just not realistic in this town. We're not going to get a Target. We're not going to get a CVS. We're not going to get a Walmart. They're just not going to come because there's not a population base to support those businesses. But Starbucks, McDonald's, those, I think we would all agree, we don't really want to see that when we want to protect our local, protect and cherish our local restaurants in particular. So that's, those would be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wanted to point out that part of the packet, it says formula business restrictions, the last couple of pages. San Juan Bautista is listed in, pretty cool. Thank you for your comments, for everybody who came and spoke on Zoom and in the chambers. The action of the council then would be to potentially bring back, because we do have, thank you for pointing this out, Chris, we do have an ordinance on formula retail. And it does say that they have to meet the purpose of bringing them in is to serve the unmet needs of the population, and that the business will complement and enhance the character of the city. And both the interior and exterior appearances of the business are compatible with the existing scale of development. I also agree that we haven't been, I don't know if we have been or not open to other businesses coming in here and what that looks like, but it is our responsibility as a council and as a planning commission to ensure that whomever comes in here, whether it's a developer for homes or a developer for a hotel or something else, that we make absolutely sure that whomever is coming in, that it embraces what San Juan is. So if we are talking about new ordinances, that we keep the basic premise of this one and make it a little more receptive to entities that we want, without opening us up to a can of worms that says, well, why are you only doing 3? Why can't we do whatever somebody else wants? You know, instead of just hotels, instead of just banks, instead of pharmacy, whatever X, Y, and Z could be. So we just need to be really careful about how we're writing our ordinances and who we're inviting in. Absolutely.
I would suggest, thank you, Chris. Every conversation that we have, I find you pulling the intent of my words out of my brain and saying it more eloquently. So continue to do that. But yes, my request or suggestion would be exactly what Chris was saying, right? Crafting some sort of ordinance or investigating an ordinance that still restricts what we're talking about, mostly the food type of thing, but is more inviting to things that would be boosting our economic development or encouraging to our economic development in other ways.
Thank you.
So I'd like to add, I can basically agree with that. The reason why I only went for 3 exceptions is because I didn't want people. What you're talking about is the old slippery slope argument.
Absolutely.
You let 1 in, and you let 2 in, you let 3 in, you let 4 in, and 5, and so on. So if we as a council put a hard stop on whatever number it is, 1, 2, 3, 4, it's a hard stop, and then there's no more argument. Unless the next council wants to change it. But so I can go with that, but I'm trying to, you know, I want to talk to Margot directly. What I'm trying to do, Margot, is get you a lot more customers, make you richer, make you sell 10 times the ice cream cones you sell now, you know, by visitors, like not necessarily by, although I like your ice cream a lot and I go there all the time. I'd get too fat if I ate there every day. So anyway, we need visitors to buy those ice cream cones, and visitors who stay overnight. There's all kinds of economic studies that are done by the economic development people in Sacramento. And you spend about 2.5 times more if you stay overnight of a visitor than a person who's just driving through. And that's 2.5 times more money in this community to make this community better. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one last comment.
Yeah, go
Since
ahead.
everyone got a second round. I think we really still have to be very cautious of what we're intending to do. And also, I feel that we need to take this to the public, not just a handful. Today, we just had maybe 3 comments, with the exception of us 5 here at the dais. So this is important for the community. I'm only here because I'm representing my community, and I wanted to make sure that I do that. And I feel like we need to really, before we change this ordinance or we reinterpret it or we allow these sort of businesses to come in. And I understand what you're saying, get people to stay. But don't forget, John, we have Bettable Node and Ryder McDowell is doing a whole hotel expansion out there. And maybe we can put a kiosk out there that tells them, notice, come to San Juan. So we do have stuff that's coming around us. But I feel, first off, I'm going to respect what Margot said. And I feel like it needs to go to the community before we do any action and invite more discussion on this. This is really important. The people that put this ordinance together in 2005 worked really hard to get this done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can we bring back an ordinance for discussion at the next meeting? Agreed. Thank you.
Oh, I don't agree. I'm sorry. I hate to interject with you. I don't want to be out of order, but what I was asking for is to have more discussion. More
Right.
community engagement, not an ordinance.
Yeah, this would be a discussion item, not a action item. Absolutely. And again, we do have an ordinance for retail business, formula retail and formula visitor accommodation that says, come on in. Come on in. We'll let you come in, but under strike.
If I might add, it doesn't really. You talk to the commercial real estate agents and they say it doesn't. Okay, so and they're the people who bring.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's where I was heading. We have one that says, come on in, but we make it a little, a titch restrictive for that to happen. So if we can have bring this back as a full-on discussion around an ordinance, that would be great. Thank
I'd
you.
like to see several options, you know, and maybe the city manager can just kind of figure that out on his own, and then we pick one, or we can then amend those options, you know. there's more than one way to do this. And so maybe you can bring a couple of suggestions or ideas and we can work with them and amend them or not.
Yeah, there's lots of cities that we can pull this from. Annapolis, who doesn't have anything, or whatever we want to look like going forward. And keep that in mind. It's whatever we want to look like going forward, not what a developer wants us to look like.
So in the meantime, I might ask that the council take a look at some of these dozen cities that I provided links to in the staff report. And if anything strikes you as being applicable, that would be really helpful. To bring that to my attention, and Bob. Especially the.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody, put your input in. 6D, City Hall office hours.
I didn't have a chance to write a staff report for this, but I did ask Citygate to give me an opinion because they are always looking at our organization and they're hard at work doing that now, heading towards the April 14 community discussion about our organizational behavior in the city. It's important to understand that we have a limited number of staff and we have a separation that's required by auditors for accounts receivable and accounts payable. The person who covers our front counter is also the person who prepares our daily deposit. So the original intent of closing City Hall at 1, open for appointment, but closing the front counter was to allow that person the safety that she needs to count at the deposit and to put it together and later take it to the bank, which we all heard is in Hollister. So basically what Andy Green from Citygate is saying is that our current process of closing City Hall counter addresses the best practice and risk avoidance. And if City Hall were to remain open, then perhaps we could bring in a part-time staff person at noon to help staff the counter so that we can take care of the deposit and other matters. And also there's an opinion about whether the deputy city clerk should be covering the counter, and then he wasn't in favor of that either. So basically, if we wanted to keep staff the City Hall open till 5 every night, that we would need some part-time staff to help cover the counter. So that's a gist of my report, and I'll let the council talk about that further.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Frails.
This is the most staff I've seen in City Hall since I've been involved with City Hall. So in the past, City Hall was open from 9 to 5 and there was 3 people in there. I'm sure somebody can pick up the slack when the front counter needs to go to the bank. I'd like to see City Hall open. Maybe more like 9 to 3 or 9 to 4. But it seems just so restrictive closing it at noon or 1 o'clock. That's just, it doesn't seem very inviting. That's I guess that's what I'm getting at. So I'd like it, now that the COVID emergency is over, can we get back to business and maybe open City Hall a little bit longer? I'm all up for negotiating, the time frame. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you. I'm going to take Jackie's argument here, and the only business that we really do at City Hall is pay water bill. That's it, and that can be paid online with credit card or an ATM card or any other type of card that does ETFs that you may have. The real business of the city, people, developers, residents who want to replace, add solar, want to replace a air conditioning system, put in an ADU, you have to make an appointment and you have to see the building inspector or Brian, the planning commissioner, or somebody. And you don't see those people just walking in off the street at 3 p.m. or at 9 a.m. You call them and make an appointment. Oftentimes, and I know this because I did a permit for a heat pump 4 or 5 months ago, and I didn't do it. My contractor did it, and he didn't walk into the city at all. He never walked into the city. He called somebody at the city, and it got all screwed up, by the way, but it was all done over the phone. So I prefer to give the city manager the flexibility to handle the money the way he wants to have it handled and feel comfortable in having it be financially correct and have the auditors be happy than to just have it open an extra 2 hours. It's like I said, the only thing you do at the front desk is either say hello or pay your water bill. And everything else, the important business is done in the background. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Thank you. Councilman Freeman, have you paid your water bill online before?
Yes,
Are you happy having to pay a certain percentage based on your total water bill that the collection company adjusts to your water bill?
you mean a swipe surcharge? No. I'm
No,
not-
it's not a standard $2 to use your credit card. It's like a percentage of what your total amount you're paying.
It's a small percentage.
It's very prohibitive.
It's a small percentage. It's 2.5%. And I'm not happy with it. And some of the time, in fact, most of the time, I pay by check. I paid my water bill today
Thank you.
by check. But I have paid for it by credit card before, as have most other people.
Okay, so I don't do that anymore because I don't want to give somebody $10, okay? It's okay for $1.50 for my credit card usage, whatever, but I'm not willing to give someone $5, $10. But I agree with Councilman Friel. So I think it's time that we get back to business. COVID is lifted. You yourself, Councilman Freeman, have said we need to be more accommodating to our public to go to their needs. Well, I hear it a lot from my constituents. Why is City Hall closed at 1 o'clock? I'd like to go in there, and I just agree with you that there are other things that happen other than to go up to the counter and say hello to Carmen. So I think we need to go back to where we were, and we had a lot less staff, and we were open 9 to 5, 8 to 5, as Councilman Friel stated. The other issue in common I have as far as the clerk that handles the water payment, yes, I agree. She needs to maybe go in the back, but we have enough staff that, you know, we can cross-train people. Why do we have to add another paid staff person? I think there's a young lady back there, and I know that they said deputy clerk. I agree, that's not a good choice of her skill set. But I believe there's another young lady back there that assists, and I think she has the title of clerk. I'm not real sure, but she assists with the economic development director, Mr. Fouch. You know, why not have some people kind of backfill? Maybe let's discuss, you know, some possibilities of some extended hours. But when you get into that, it's once again, you know, the community expects certain things from our city, and we're not delivering that right now. And as you know, COVID's been lifted. I think it's really nice to have that city hall open, and maybe people want to come in that are passing through and maybe interested in, you know, maybe relocating here. So when you have city hall closed, it kind of looks like, we're not inviting. As far as the collection process, they didn't list it here, but you know, do you have a safety check? Like, is there someone checking the money that this clerk is doing besides just going in the back and counting? Maybe you can have, you know, one of those money trucks pick up the deposit. I don't know if they charge, you know, because there's a liability when a staff person gets in their personal vehicle and drives to a bank in Hollister. There's a lot of other questions I have behind just this simple request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Sabathia.
To poke the bear, so to speak, COVID being over is funny for me because coming from a week and a half of just being real laid up. So it ain't over. State of emergency might be over, but it was real off. I work for a startup and have worked for a startup for the past 10 years. I take out, I'm a senior staff engineering manager. I take out trash. I clean up spills on the floor. I do all the things. I think that with the amount of staff that we have, and this is not a disparaging mark at all on any of staff, but I think we can roll up our sleeves and figure it out and get the hours open. If we try it and there's pain points and it's not working, we should document those and pivot then. But I think time to try it.
Thank you. I agree. To use another analogy, I work in a field where I should have been doing what I'm doing when I was 20 years old, digging ditches and changing meters and working on treatment plants and getting down and dirty. We all have skill sets that we can glean off of. Cross-training is a phenomenal idea. And perhaps if we were doing it 4 days a week instead of 5 days a week, it's not inviting, as Councilmember Friel stated. We're a very tiny city who has the same issues as very large cities. And so we have staff for that. So to be able to walk into City Hall and pay my water bill without having a fee attached to it is a pretty great idea. I mean, we were just talking about having new businesses come into town and having people stay here. Well, what about the people that we already have here? And why don't we open up our doors and invite them into City Hall? Sorry, it might be a time management horrible idea for our city manager with people knocking on the door all day long wanting to talk to him. But again, if there's a front person in there saying, hey, thanks, the city manager would love to talk to you for a moment, but can we schedule it for a later date instead of just walking in and pounding down the door? And having that person in the very front desk to greet you with a smile and open arms and welcoming is something that I have always wanted to see here. I'm all for opening up hours at least 4 days a week until 4 or 5, and having that cross-training ability where anybody can come up to the front desk. We have that on Fridays. I notice that more and more. We had an assistant librarian sit at the front desk during COVID. So it is doable. And to have the accounts receivable person counting it and then having another person verifying that count at the end of the day, and the security implications alone of, I mean, I don't know how much cash we bring in on a daily basis, and I'm sure we don't want to talk about that over the microphone. Looking at assistance in that. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom land?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Anybody from Chambers want to chime in? Thank you very much. So thank you all. Yeah, so charge to staff, bring back a proposal on how we can have the front office open, if that's a possibility, and perhaps it is waiting until April 14th to go through Citygate, as they're the ones who said that our current process is good enough to have this as a topic of conversation when they arrive and potentially put it on a future agenda item. So if we can add that to their list of conversations that we all have with them, both as council members and as a town hall meeting. Thank you. Anybody need a break? Okay, action items. 7A, removal of parklets. Community Development Department, Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director, Brian Fouch.
Yes, can you hear me?
By Zoom. Yes.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Good, great. Okay, so this particular item comes back to the city council as a request. On December 20th, the city council directed city manager to return with a resolution that would institute a revised policy affecting parklets that would go into effect at the time that the COVID state of emergency is lifted, which did occur on February 28th. And then we then subsequently brought to the city council a resolution, what we call the resolution affecting the disposition of parklets, because we didn't really know what that might entail. And so wanted to leave it very flexible for the city council to make a decision regarding how to handle parklets. And understanding that, we have two different kinds of businesses that do have parklets here in San Juan Bautista. We have retail businesses, and we also have restaurants and bars that have parklets. One of the notable things about the staff's recommendation is that we appreciate the distinction between these two types of businesses. It's far easier for a retail establishment to incorporate best practices to minimize exposure than it is for a restaurant or a bar. For example, a retail establishment can request patrons to mask, to social distance, etc. And a restaurant or bar would have a very difficult time asking people to mask because that's not the nature of the business. Just for example. So in preparing the resolution recommending a distinction between the two businesses, types of businesses, the resolution does focus on the retail establishment for removal of parklets, within 60 days after the state of emergency was lifted. There was a little discrepancy in the staff report between the staff report and the resolutions regarding the date. I think there's 1 day off, but our intention would be our recommendation would be for the encroachment permits, which is the vehicle by which the parklets were established in the first place, that the encroachment permits be for retail parklets be terminated on April 28th, which is 60 days after the COVID state of emergency was lifted. And the staff report and the resolution refer to the process a little differently. We're talking about the effect of or the methodology that we're going to use is the same methodology that was used when parklets were established, and that is via the encroachment permit itself. And so the resolution just simply confirms that there won't be any new parklets, no encroachment permits issued for new parklets, and then encroachment permits for retail establishments be removed. And then that resolution would terminate encroachment permit authorization no later than April 28th, 2023. And so that would be the staff's return. And previously we had some consideration regarding the rental of public spaces or parking spaces for those parklets that remain. And we just weren't able to prepare enough documentation to justify a fee for that. Really all over the place in terms of the amount. In some places it was $40, in some places it was $80, some place it was triple that amount. So really not within our ability to calculate a fee and justify it based on the any kind of logical assumptions. However, we did do a little research, and if the city city council desires to compensate owners whose parklets are being required to be removed, we would recommend that that compensation be fixed at no greater than $5 a square foot. That average would be about $800 considering the size of a parking space. So that would be our recommendation if the council desires to compensate that removal. So that's the staff report.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from council? Councilmember Friels?
No, thank you for the staff report. And I think we've talked about this enough, I think. And I don't have any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
Thank you, Brian, for the great report. And like Scott, I really have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you. I have a question or comment. So what I heard you say, Brian, is that you couldn't come up with a consensus on what to charge the parklets that would stay up for those businesses that would be allowable in lieu of parking that was used by the parklets. So you couldn't come up with a fee, but at the same time, you come up with a payback to the business owners to take down their parklets. Is that correct?
That's correct. We really couldn't come up with a fee that we could justify for rental of a public parking space, but we could, based on contractor estimates and just anecdotal information, verify that amount at about $5 a square foot. Sometimes a little less, sometimes $3, but $5 seems to be, the standard amount that we were able to identify.
So that would be issued to the property or the business owner when in fact they've had the luxury of almost 3 years of having free square footage of their parklet, and the city is fine with that?
Well, that would be up to the city council.
Okay.
If you wanted to compensate owners, our recommendation would be that it not be greater than $5 a square foot.
Okay, and then initially, who did construct the parklets, and was that cost out of, where did the cost come from? Who paid for those, the construction?
Those are the individual parklet owners.
Okay, and you're talking about this resolution primarily and specifically saying that the retail parklets would come down?
That's correct.
Because I recall at a discussion a few meetings ago, and even with planning commission, but we're here in council, we had talked about our concern because they were attached to a long-term cityscape or streetscape being put up. And I think there was a concern that because we didn't think that was going to happen immediately, that was sort of an open-ended time frame that we kind of came, I thought, to some sort of leaning towards they all come down. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia.
Okay, just gonna read. I jotted my thoughts down here, so I'll just read that. So sorry if it feels a little bit robotic or rehearsed. It is. Throughout the night, I've heard praise and accounts of San Juan Bautista coming together and being there for one another in times of need. In my opinion, being fair and consistent is an important part of that community feel. I don't believe it's fair or consistent to draw a distinction with respect to parklets across different types of businesses. The previous city council voted to revisit this issue of parklets with the 3rd Street master plan. If that decision is going to change, in my mind, it should be all encompassing. And that's the only way to make the decision fair.
Thank you very much. That was changed me a little bit. Wow, thank you for that. So originally parklets came up to help our businesses thrive in a time where nobody was coming out, nobody was going anywhere, and other businesses were failing. I thought we as a city, we as a community came together and did something really amazing and allowed all of our businesses to move outside regardless of whether they were retail or I have a word. No. Yeah, food and beverage. There's another word. Hospitality. Thank you. Part of doing that was to allow hospitality to have people come inside their businesses when they were the only ones that were closed. And we as a city council, as a city, allowed all businesses to come out, and every week we had a meeting on how to make that happen and what the city would look like when that did happen. Part of the parklet not master plan, but part of the parklet guidelines was to bring your existing business out, to not create new businesses. Part of it was to prescribed rules and regulations, which did not allow for folks to have a storage unit out there. For if it were hospitality, you could keep your chairs and your tables out there. They had to be locked down. If you were retail, having items outside, I'm not sure was a very good idea for some businesses, as they would get damaged. So it was, you had 90-day encroachment permits. If you didn't use it, you would lose it. And there were a whole bunch of other items listed in those guidelines. I think we got away a little bit from those guidelines. I'm thrilled that we came through COVID as well as we did as far as our businesses. We as councils tend to change our minds, not often, thank goodness, but according to the times that we are in at the current moment. I think my personal opinion is that some parklets have served their purposes, and it's nice to actually sit out on a parklet to watch traffic go by. I'm gonna stop there. Questions, comments, concerns from Zoom?
If any member of the public via Zoom wishes to make a public comment, please raise your hand. And we have 2, Mayor.
Thank you. Who do we have first? Thankful Co. Helena, welcome.
Hello, thank you. So it was my understanding from our previous city council meeting that we were going to table this to get more information. There was no resolution actually made. But I do want to state that I serve on the EDAC as well as the Business Development and Retention Subcommittee. And we were tasked with the responsibility to come up with a recommendation to the city council, which you all utilized in your decisioning back then. And it's important for me to know, and that for this committee to know, that a thriving small business strategy requires a supportive ecosystem for all businesses, not segregating businesses out based upon what they are. Economic development goes across the board for all businesses. And you can't say it's just for the restaurants or it's just for retail or it's just for whatever it is. Business is a business and we shouldn't segregate them because we're opening ourselves up for potential lawsuits when you start to say one business is better than another because it's discrimination, clear and blatant discrimination. So we want to make sure that building relationship and nurturing trust between small businesses and the city is done, and it's done above bar, not with back office meetings and making decisions outside of engaging the community and engaging the businesses and engaging the city in and of itself. We want to create a healthy business environment. We don't want to create animosity between one business owner to another business owner because they were allowed to do something that other business owners weren't. We don't want to open up that can of worms in our community since we're such a small community. We're still experiencing a lot of negativity in this economic downturn. And I don't always agree with Ms. Lopez, but today I do. We did determine that if retail was not allowed to have a parklet, then all businesses can't have one. And I think that would be the way to go because you can't make a distinguish between what allowances for one business and another business can't. It has to be all or nothing because that's how we started. I also would like to say that San Juan Bautista's economic growth strategy precludes you from making remarks as such I'm hearing today that it's okay to tell one group of businesses that they're not allowed to do something. And I think that all businesses should have a fair shot for achieving their dreams. We want to know that there is support here for all businesses in the city. Small businesses are the lifeblood.
Walton, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's the 3-minute time.
Hi, this is Margot Tankersley.
Hi, Margot, welcome.
Hi. And to my belief, the parklets in the beginning were for the restaurants since people couldn't go in and sit wearing their mask and eat. So the parklets were set up temporarily for the restaurants for that. And they would need to pay also in their parklets. Everything just kind of got crazy after that, and everybody started getting parklets. I personally chose not to get one for my ice cream parlor. I was running the ice cream parlor myself and couldn't man the parklet. To my knowledge, everybody did pay for their parklets, but then there was a grant that with COVID, things that you had to buy for the restrictions and everything that was in place for COVID, we were able to turn in, and I believe there were those that had parklets turned in and got some money. That's what I was told. And also dismantling, I don't agree with the $8 or $5, 800, whatever, to dismantle. It doesn't seem like it takes that much to dismantle them, and they could possibly be reconstructed somewhere else and reused or sold in that regards. And I just think that the parklets hide our historic town. And yes, they should be removed. And the April 28th date, you should keep that date for removing the parklets. and especially the retail parklets. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else on Zoom?
No hands raised.
Thank you very much. Do we have cards in chamber?
None.
Do we have anybody wishing to speak in chambers who has not filled out a card? That's fine. You have 3 minutes, tandem. You have 3 minutes, or you or you can each speak individually and have 3 minutes each. Yeah, thanks, boss. Welcome, Mrs. B.
I will not pretend to understand the decision-making mindset of this body. Therefore, I will simply state my understanding of your determinations. Since this issue has been addressed last year, the Democratic vote agreed to maintain the parklets until the start of construction of the streetscape without any contingencies regarding COVID, the governor, or anything else. We felt that the issue was resolved. However, since then, this issue has been repeatedly turned to the agenda, which from my vantage point means that the Democratic vote at this body means nothing. 2, I see from your agenda that you're recommending that certain parklets be removed. How are you planning to discriminate between what businesses deserve to have parklets and what businesses don't? If one parklet is removed, all parklets should be removed. It is also obvious that the financial well-being of those of us who have invested in our parklets and have been able to sustain our businesses in this difficult economy through the use of our parklets have not been fully and fairly considered. The voice of the residents and visitors in our community who have repeatedly voiced their approval and enjoyment of the parklets have been ignored. In fact, one former city council member voiced in public that the people in San Juan don't know what they want or what they need, and it's up to the city council to tell them. Also, during the last meeting when the parklets were discussed, the mayor asked, "What are we going to do?" and followed that question with the statement, "We can do anything we want to do because we are the city council." With that being said, I feel that as residents, taxpayers, and business owners in this community, at some point in time, someone needs to not just listen to us, but to actually hear us before making life-changing decisions that negatively impact us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment?
Yeah, I'd like to make a statement before. I
Think-
people.
Could you speak into the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
And just state your
I'm
name,
Dante
state your
Davis.
name for the record, please. Thank you, Mr. B.
Properties that have parklets. And I'm very concerned about the well-being of the tenants that have been using the parklets to enhance their retail operation. And I think it'll be devastating for them to have to lose that at this time because they're still in a process of recovery. Even though the state wants to use the COVID thing as a system to get rid of the parklets, I don't think that would necessarily apply to someone that's being restricted on a local basis here and not having the right to do their retail outlet there, which has helped them over the last few months. So I think after being a citizen of San Juan Bautista for the last 25 years, doing nothing but improving all the properties that we have in the city, that they should see that we're an asset to the community and also take in consideration that the survival for the existing tenants are very important. So That's one of the things. The last thing I want to say is that when someone is 80 years old plus, maybe you can put him on the agenda a little earlier so we can get on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our apologies. Thank you all for your comments. We as a council, I hope all hear you. We are not just listening to you. We are charged with some daunting decisions at times. And we do make mistakes. I apologize on behalf of us all, past and present councils, that some of our decisions are quick, either because we're new and we want to make good impressions, or just because we think it's the good for the whole community. I stated earlier that parklets, there's a purpose for some of the parklets, and that was to bring current businesses outside, and not to be used as storage. We have several parklets that haven't been used in 6 months, maybe longer. Some of them are used during special events. Some are being used as storage facilities, and have had nothing on them prior to that. There is a 90-day encroachment permit that if a parklet is not used, that the parklet should be removed. The city has not done that and allowed for parklets to remain. Going along and this is just my opinion, going along the guidelines of an existing business and bringing a new business out onto the parklet was not the original intent of a parklet. Having retail was not the original intent of parklets as a whole. Not just for San Juan Bautista, but for the state and the country. It was to allow hospitality to have the same capability of thriving and surviving a pandemic in which they originally were totally shut down. Do we have any other comments, other comments from the council? Councilmember Friel?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say thank you to the audience on Zoom, and also to the members of the audience that spoke. I do hear you. I feel personally that all the parklets that might satisfy the perception or the intention that we're singling out certain businesses. I can't speak to it enough that originally they were eating establishments, but you know, we allowed everyone to have them in our small community. That's in the past. I want to move forward. And wouldn't it be nice if the parklets were down and these tourists that come into town could pull right up in front of your shops and not be obstructed by the parklets themselves, and be able to have people just pull up, you know, more cars come into the town, see what's there, get out of the car, go into your shop. You know, sometimes people are a little lazy and they're like, they end up at Vertigo and they don't go any further, or they might end up at Margot's and not go any further after having a double, triple scoop cone, and miss out on Mrs. B's beautiful shop or someone down the street. So I feel, I've heard it enough from people on the street, and I try to listen to my constituents first and not to be singling out business owners, but I also listen to people that live here 24/7. And they want their street back. They want the clutter to go away. No matter how you slice it, dice it, it clutters our streetscape. I also feel that along with all parklets going away, those succulent barrels are nice, maybe in someone's patio. The intent for them to be there, I understand, was to be traffic calming so that they wouldn't run into somebody in a parklet. I get that, but if the parklets come down fairly across the board for everybody, those barrels need to be donated somewhere where they're more useful, not on the street. That'll allow for more parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
With respect to more cars coming downtown, we need a plan for economic development to get more cars downtown. They aren't just gonna come if we make the space. Not a Field of Dreams situation. They're not gonna come just because the street's open. It'll be an empty street. Can I make a motion?
Sure. Let me turn to that page. Councilmember, any further comment from staff? Nothing, thank you. May I have a motion?
I move that the council directs staff to return with a resolution for parklet disposition that is consistent for all downtown businesses and is inclusive of the compensation figures currently recommended by staff.
No. May I have a second?
I'm not going to second, but can I ask Councilmember Sabathia to maybe amend that and include these succulent barrels when need to be addressed? At some point, we have to consider the obstructive.
That's fine. Why not just amend the resolution?
Thank you very much. I was going to amend it.
Have this conversation again.
I was just going to amend it. Go ahead, continue. There's a process, there's a procedure. Go ahead. No, you can amend them.
I will amend my.
Change yours because we haven't gone anywhere else.
Okay. I amend my motion to include the succulent barrel.
Okay, that's not what I was talking about, but go ahead. Do I have a second?
Doing slow. Please repeat that. Follow Councilmember.
I move that the council direct staff to return with a resolution for parklet disposition and succulent barrel disposition that is consistent for all downtown businesses and inclusive of the compensation figures currently recommended by staff.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to amend that amendment to the motion. I'm sorry, I think I'm supposed to call for the motion first. Can I call for the question, please? For the motion.
Call for the vote.
Councilmember Frios,
I'm sorry, what, I didn't understand what that just transpired right there. So we're not going to vote on the resolution that we have in front of us?
Potentially. You can make an amendment to that motion right now. To,
There's a motion on the floor with the vote.
right, and then procedurally, we call for the motion, and if it fails, or we call for the motion, and then then you can make an emotion to amend, and then that's the primary amendment, and then a secondary amendment.
I can't hear what Councilman Freeman is saying.
Right, so then don't we make a motion to reconsider the motion?
Only if the motion passes. And then only a person who voted in the majority can make a motion.
I'm confused now. I apologize for my confusion.
You have a motion, you have a second, the question has been called. The next step is to vote. You can't change the motion now. There's no room for a friendly amendment to the motion now.
When do you make that friendly motion amendment?
I thought we don't have friendly.
Well,
There is. And my apologies if I totally messed this up.
I mean, if the motion fails, if the vote fails, then a new motion would be in order. You could entertain a new motion at that point. Someone can make a new motion.
Understood. Sorry, my apologies.
I might add, we amend it before the second. My understanding. Okay, it's that we do the friendly amendments before the second. He seconded it, so now we can no longer amend it. We have to either discuss or vote. That's our two choices.
Can we discuss?
Actually, I don't believe you can. The question.
Okay, because the question's been called. Sorry, my bad on that one. So the motion in front of us is made by Councilmember Sabathia, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. To come back with I'm so sorry for this. This is totally on me. To come back again for a reiteration to include all parklets rather than making an amendment to this to include all parklets and succulents.
So I'm calling the question. Councilmember Frios,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
No.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
Motion failed.
Thank you very much. That motion failed. I'd like to make a motion to amend the resolution instead of bringing it back again, amend it now.
I make an amendment to bring all parklets down across the board. No certain term used in that. And also in addition to the succulent barrels on 3rd Street at the predetermined date, which meets the 60-day deadline from the governor's order.
April 28th. And barrel. Okay, thank you. May I have a second? There's no second to amend this to do it now instead of bringing it back later. I did.
So without a second, does it fall to the floor?
We have a second, and yes, it would.
Who made the second?
Councilmember Sabathia. So a motion was made by Councilmember Morris Lopez to amend the resolution before us to include all parklets and barrels by April 28th. Seconded by Councilmember Sabathia. May I have a vote, please? May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Action item 7B, introduce an ordinance to amend chapter 5, section amend chapter 5.1 and section 5.1.100 and 5.1.105, repealing section 5.1.150, 5.1.160, and 5.1.170 of Article 1 of chapter 5.1 of Title 5, Public Health and Safety Welfare of the City of San Juan Bautista Municipal Code to adopt by reference in its entirety the California Building Standards Code 2022 edition of the California Fire and Appendices, Title 24, Part 9 of the California Code of Regulations, with certain exceptions, modifications, and additions required by local climate, geological, or topographical conditions, and approving findings to support local modifications and setting a public hearing on the matter for Tuesday, April 18th, 2023. Oh, I'm sorry. This is for, my apologies. I'm guessing this is for our fire chief or,
Speak to it.
okay.
You may want to make the comment, but the title says it all. What you're doing here is be adopting the 2022 fire code in its entirety with its appendices. The fire code is actually itself is in force right now, but the formality of adopting it is certainly recommended. The appendices have to be specifically adopted, and they would go into effect at the time the ordinance goes into effect, as would the modifications to the fire code. They would also go into effect when the ordinance became effective. So, Chief, do you want to speak to this at all?
No, she did a good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
With this code, it'll get it consistent throughout the county. So it'll be consistent with the county, Monterey County, and the city of Hollister. So we'll all be on the same code. So it's consistent all around. No contractors say you do it different this way, you do it that way. It's consistent. So it's really nice. I'm getting it. We finally got it all three the same, consistent. So it's really nice.
Thank you very much. Questions from the council, Councilmember Friels.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Question, is this the item that was before us at the last meeting and there was someone pointing out the fact that there was to consider not putting these sprinkler systems in our historic buildings?
Yeah, this item was before, well, it was pulled from the agenda twice before. So it has been before you in form, but not for your consideration.
Councilmember Sabathia.
No comments.
Is this the second reading? This is the first reading.
This is introduction. Yeah,
Okay,
first
thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns from the public?
Anybody on Zoom wishes to make a public comment, please raise your hand. Seeing none, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Questions from chambers? None, thank you. Can I have a
Move.
thank you, motion to bring this back for a second reading?
I second it.
Thank you. Motion made by, I'm not reading it all again. Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman, seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Friels,
Yes.
Councilmember, I mean,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yeah.
sorry. Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes,
motion carried.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for waiting. Thank you for your patience. Introduce an ordinance to amend chapter 10, article 1-110 code adoption by reference of chapter 10-1 buildings of title 10 buildings and subdivisions of city of San Juan Bautista code to adopt by reference certain parts of the California Code of Regulation, Title 22, the California Building Standards Code 2022 edition, including Part 1, the California Administrative Code, Part 2, California Building Code, Volumes 1 and 2, Part 2.5, the California Residential Code, Part 3, the California Electrical Code, Part 4, the California Mechanical Code, Part 5, the California Plumbing Code, Part 6, the California Energy Code, Part 8, the California Historical Building Code, Part 10, the California Existing Building Code, Part 11, the California Green Building Standards Code, Cal Green, and Part 12, the California Reference Standard Code, repealing section 10-1-115 and setting a public hearing for Tuesday, April 18th, 2023. Questions, comments, concerns from the council, Councilmember Freels.
No, thank you.
I have a staff report first. Sorry, Scott.
Yes, again, this ordinance would adopt all the other parts of the building standards code, which were promulgated back in July of 2022 and became effective on January 1, 2023. So these codes are now effective in the city. It is good form, however, for the city to go ahead and adopt them. Probably in the next 3 years, we should get back on the schedule where we would adopt these so that they would be effective on January 1st. We would start this process middle of September, October, sometime like that. These codes are not being adopted with the appendices, but they're not appendices will not be part of the adoption of these codes. For both codes, there's a public hearing notice that has to go out. And there's actually a public hearing that takes place for both codes out on second reading. I don't know why the statute's written that way. Doesn't make a lot of sense when you consider you can't really make substantive changes between first and second reading, but that's what the statute says. I think that's all I have to say on this, except I spent quite a bit of time with this. And one thing that occurred to me is what happened to part 7. We adopted part 9 just a minute ago. You notice there's no part 7. Part 7 used to be the elevator code.
Falls under a different If I may, this is Minnie Arredondo, the building official. I came in to introduce the ordinance to city council and mayor. And
Thanks, Minnie.
yes, and part 7 is actually under, yes, it is elevators under a different jurisdiction. I believe it's the state, the all these agencies, and I think it's the industrial relations is who has jurisdiction over elevators, which is why we would not adopt chapter 7, part 7.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Sorry again, Councilmember Freels, any questions now?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
All questions have been answered.
Thank you, Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sabathia.
No, thank you.
Thank you. I have no comments. Can I have a motion to bring this back? Can I have public comment?
Any members via Zoom that wish to make a public comment, please use a raise hand feature. Seeing none.
Thank you. None in chambers? Thank you very much. May I have a motion to bring this back and set a public hearing for Tuesday, April 18th?
So moved.
Thank you very much. May I have a second?
I will second.
Motion made by Councilmember Freeman to bring this back for a public hearing for Tuesday, April 18th, 2023. Seconded by Councilmember Morris Lopez. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
motion carried.
Thank you very much. Council selection of member at large to Urban Growth Boundary Sphere of Influence Subcommittee. We have in our packets two applications, one from Chris Marana, the other from Mary Edge. City staff, are you introducing this? Our charge is to appoint a member of the public to serve as a member at large on the Urban Growth Boundary Sphere of Influence. I guess there is nothing else to say about that. Questions, comments, concerns from the council, Councilmember Friels.
Just my only comment is I would like to see Mary Edge continue on the Sphere of Influence subcommittee. She's been with it since the inception, and I know she's as eager as I am to see it through and get it done in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
No questions or comments at this time.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that both the candidates, there were only two that applied. And I find that they're very qualified individuals. They both come to us with their applications with enthusiasm, care, and knowledge, past experience, both of them as city council members, mayors. I mean, they come with a lot of experience. My wish, and I'm going to probably throw a monkey wrench into this, we have two really great candidates. We have them both. We have two city council members on the ad hoc committee, and we have two planning commissioners. Why can't we have two city representatives?
I believe that committee was established by the council with a fixed number of representatives, so you couldn't deviate from that. That you would have to take that up, you would have to reconstitute the committee. In other words, the committee is established now with a fixed number.
But I have to make a comment. I think, like I said, both candidates are very qualified, overqualified. Mary Edge right now, I agree, she has been with the committee, but I see her moving on into another area that she is wholeheartedly putting 50% of her time into getting the senior project and even going after a nonprofit designation. I think that's where her heart is. And I really appreciate her coming forward, but I see her really delving into this, and therefore I endorse Chris Martana.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia.
For the same reasons that Councilmember Morris Lopez mentioned, I also throw my endorsement for Chris.
Thank you. Both are amazing. Jackie so eloquently put enthusiastic, caring, knowledgeable, experienced, a great love for this city. I spoke to both of them. And both wishing to throw their hats into the ring. Mary Edge has a great love for this city, and as Councilmember Friel said, wishes to continue in that realm and for continuity. Not speaking for her, just throwing her name in there because of the comments that Commissioner Lopez said, sorry. Okay, questions, comments, concern from the Zoom.
Any member of the public via Zoom that wishes to make a public comment, please use the hand raise feature. Seeing none, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Questions, comments, concerns, anything to say from chambers? Welcome.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I appreciate the consideration and I wanted to make myself available here for any questions, if anyone had any questions. I don't know. Someone made a comment on my application. I mentioned that I was on the council when both Copperleaf and Rancho Vista were approved. And I wanted to relate that to an experience I had professionally many years ago when I became I was pretty successful running a retail store, and the district manager that I reported to said, "What did you learn from Bob at the last store that has made you so successful here?" And I said, "Well, honestly, it wasn't what I learned to do, it's what I learned not to do." And I think that unfortunately I have a similar history with those two developments, and I learned an awful lot of things that we probably shouldn't do and things that we need to watch out for. And I think that that experience relates very directly to what we're talking about here. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I have a motion, please?
I motion to select our
Member at large.
member at
Sorry. Thank you.
large to be the addition to our ad hoc committee for sphere of influence and urban growth boundary. I recommend Chris Maritana. Chris, you need to print better.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Seconded.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor for Chris Monterano for a member at large, made by Commissioner Jackie Morris Lopez, seconded by Councilmember EJ Sabathia. Sorry, council member, not commissioner. My apologies. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Frios,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chris. Welcome, Mary. We love you. Information items, reports from the city council representatives to regional organizations and committees. Councilmember Friels.
Well, thank you. Let me look at my chicken scratch here. COG meeting was fairly short, pretty informative. Let's see. Talking to the Caltrans rep, the turn lane 156 in the Alameda is in the applicant's hands now. 150 or Caltrans gave them all the comments. Something that Councilman Freeman may be a little more familiar with, something about there's something called Cal funding. Have you, John, is that something you've heard of? There's something like $950 million out there for grabs.
It's not ringing a bell right now, but it's kind of late, so.
Okay, yeah, I know. It popped up pretty quick at the meeting. Let's see, a contractor has been selected for the Washington Street overpass. They didn't have a name for the contractor yet, but they did say they had a name. Project should be starting shortly. They said about 75 working days. We should know by next month who the contractor is. And at the same time, Hollister also got one of those big beautification projects for the Highway 25 corridor that goes right through kind of the heart of town. It's actually going to look as nice. It's kind of a desert motif. It looks kind of cool. And for some reason they mentioned there's a big bulk recycling program going on the 25th, 26th out at John Smith dump. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem Friels. Sorry,
That's
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
That's okay.
My apologies.
Precinct is getting late. Three CE met 3 weeks ago, and we discussed technical issues with PUC. If I got into it, it would be 12:30, and so no. Resource adequacy discussed. New rules were instituted in September of 2022 by the PUC. Never mind. So just move on to AMBAG. AMBAG, we went over the application for the state REAP 2.0. Our application needs to be complete to meet all the state requirements. That's AMBAG's application through the state HCD. So AMBAG can receive the money from the state. So then AMBAG gives the money to COG, and then COG gives the money to San Juan Bautista. So it all has to be right. Starting at the AMBAG level. We also heard of progress, a report on progress of the 2050 Metropolitan Sustainable Transportation Strategy. It's a planning document that the AMBAG does every 5 years for the next 20 years. So they're in the middle of figuring out what projects will need to be planned, designed, and discussed for the next 20 years. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes, thank you. I have yet to attend formally a meeting. I'm waiting to hear back on some of my meeting dates. So at this point, nothing to report.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Sabathia.
The only meeting that I was aware of was the LAFCO meeting, for which I am an alternate, and I was in the throes of the disease that Newsom says is over at that time, so I missed that meeting.
I attended 2 LAFCO meetings. LAFCO is back, not in full force. We're still working through some executive officer issues. But we have a full commission now. We have had 2 closed sessions, no open session, except to have our alternate, which is super cool. Thank you. John and I actually attended a conference at Asilomar with CivicWell. Appreciates the city allowing us to attend that. It was pretty amazing. The location was phenomenal for it talked about a lot about green and sustainability and electric and moving away from fossil fuels and wind turbines out in the ocean and bringing that electricity capacity into the state. Very, very informative. There'll be a lot of information coming down soon. It also talked a lot about transportation and EVs and electricity, a lot about electricity. I think that's the only other meeting that I attended. Public comment.
Any member from Zoom that wish to make a public comment, please use the hand raise feature. See none, Mayor.
Thank you. Chambers? None. Any other further council comments? No. Treasurer's report and monthly financial statements. Good morning, Michelle.
Good evening. It's been a long one, but it's been great. Great to see you, Mayor. Great to see council members. I'll try to make this brief and light. I apologize for numbers talk. So I guess I could jump into it. General fund, I'll just give you guys a quick overview of where we're at, and then if you have questions, just let me know. So for general fund year to date, our net effect is currently a positive balance of 431K. Month over month, the change there was a decrease of 1K. So despite the month over month decrease, our revenues remain in line with budget. So what does this mean? Why do we have a decrease, right? So on the expenditure front, we did have higher expenses in January due to holding off payments because of the new financial software migration. So if you look at your warrant listing, we had double the amount of payments going out this month or in January. So on that note, some of the notable vendors that stood out were Sante Consulting, which is our consultants for managing wastewater master plan. And that's based on usage, right? So the more we use, the more we're going to get charged on it. And we do have a contract for them. The next one that stood out was the city of Hollister. This is our fire contract and we pay this one out quarterly. So nothing out of the ordinary there. And then we heard from M&S Engineers. We do now have those expenses coming through, and that's for our city civil engineer fees. And because we are a little bit behind, we had 2 of those go out in January. And then we had the State Water Resource Control Board, which is our water system fees. For this, we had a couple payments go out. There was some annual payments that we needed to make. And then there was some other quarterly payments that were made on that as well. And then the next one was Civic Well, which is our trail plan active transportation program that falls under Capital Improvement Project 2102. And then lastly, the next one that would be notable would be Bryant Jolie, which is the fee for our annual audit that we just completed and Don mentioned, I believe, in the last meeting. So that's kind of an update. Well, that's the update for general fund. For Water Enterprise Fund, year to date, our net effect there is a positive balance of 256K. The month over month change there is an increase of 44K. This is based on usage, right? So everything looks normal. Revenues are in line with budget at around 60% year to date. And then for the expenditures, this is in line with expectation. And then Sewer Enterprise Fund, we're trending at year to date net effect currently a positive balance of 298K. The month over month change there was an increase of 24K. So revenues are in line with budget here again, 74% year to date. This is a fixed rate. So everything seems in line with what I would expect. And then expenditure side, no material call outs. So that's all I have for you tonight, unless you have questions.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Friels.
No questions. Thank you, Michelle. Glad to see you're back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
No questions. Good to hear from you again, Michelle.
Thank you, Council Member Morris Lopez.
No questions, but thank you, Michelle.
Thank you, Councilmember Sabathia.
No questions.
Thank you. I had one question. First, welcome home. In January, on the 24th and on the 25th, 2 different checks for Kismet for 11,000 roughly each. Are we behind in that?
Yeah, so
is
that's
that
a
a
good,
catch up?
no, so that's a good call out, right? So we didn't make a payment for a prior month because of the system migration. So it's two months in one.
Thank
So
you
those
very
are 2
much.
separate months.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Questions, comments, concerns from the public?
Any member of the public via Zoom that wishes to make a public comment, please raise your hand. Seeing none, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Chambers, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a great night. City Manager's report.
Mayor, members of City Council, I'm ready to answer any questions on the slide presentation I presented. Brian's here to talk about his status report. If the council has any questions, based on the time tonight, why don't we just take questions rather than walk through the slides that you've already had?
Thank you very much. Councilmember Frails.
No questions.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Freeman.
No questions.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
No questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Sabathia.
No question.
Nice job on USDA for being very flexible. I was a little concerned about that. That's huge. Considering the time constraints that we have on that. Sorry, these don't have page numbers. Grant application for 3rd Street Multimodal Center. That's just for the study, right?
Yes, that was the council approved the resolution in February. We got the application in barely on time. So it was a great partnership with Civic Well again submitting that. So our fingers are crossed. Brian did a great job on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. Thank you. Organizational study. This is going to be included in City Gates presentation.
On the April 14th special city council.
Awesome. And we'll be able to talk about deputy city clerk duties, separate public safety view to occur as well. Awesome. Wow, pavement management plan. The city is looking beautiful. In spite of our diminished trees. Rules of conduct, I've been looking at a couple of cities, in different, to see what they use. We need to get that taken care of fairly quickly.
Pointed out by Norma Alley in her training.
Right, do we follow the Brown Act, or do we, and I forget the terminology for the other one. Rosenberg? Him or her, sorry, I don't know. Questions, comments, concerns from the public?
Any member of the public via Zoom that wishes to make a public comment, please use the hand raise feature. Seeing none, Mayor?
Thank you very much. Chambers? Thank you. Fire department update, sheriff department update. The next regular meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, April 18th. They have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you. May I have a second? Thank you. Motion to adjourn made by Councilmember Sabathia, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Freeman. Action, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Fields,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Freeman,
Yes.
Councilmember Morris Lopez.
Yes.
Councilmember Sabathia,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes, 10:55 adjourn. Thank you all very much.